Chapter 31:12. The heaven-devouring demon jar was flawed, but the peerless, ominous saber was flawless. In this case, the heaven-devouring demon jar was no match for the peerless, ominous saber. Boom! In the space inside the sky-devouring demonic jar, there was a loud bang. The middle-aged expert, who had evolved from the peerless, ominous blade, directly sent the black-robed youth flying. Preposterous! The black-clothed youth was both shocked and angry. The battle prowess of the sworn enemy had reached such a level. Wasn't this guy cut in half in that battle in the distant past? Even if it was repaired, its vitality would be greatly damaged. However, the devil spirit of the heaven-devouring demon jar did not feel any damage to the vitality of the peerless, ominous saber. After a supreme Tao artifact was damaged, it was very difficult to repair it. Otherwise, the heaven-devouring demonic jar would not have dared to directly devour the peerless, ominous saber. You think I've suffered a heavy injury and won't be able to recover, said the middle-aged man disdainfully. An extremely overbearing aura burst out from his body. This was the might of the extreme Tao. The entire space within the heaven-devouring demonic jar shook as though it was about to collapse. How is this possible? The black-clothed youngster spoke, finding this hard to believe. One has to understand that, in the distant past, he was also seriously injured. The demonic jar's lid had disappeared without a trace. He lacked a part of his demon spirit, which was why he was suppressed by the saber soul of the peerless, ominous saber. Nothing is impossible. The middle-aged man spoke. He was a saber soul, and the figure he was currently in was the appearance of his former master. The master of the exceptionally ominous saber was definitely an extreme, supreme being. The owner of the sky-devouring demon jar was also a supreme demon ancestor. This extreme path demon ancestor was the heaven-devouring demon ancestor. His name once shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths, but he still fell in that battle. Even the heaven-devouring demon jar was lost. It was the same for the owner of the peerless, ominous saber. He fell in that battle. In that battle, the owner of the peerless, ominous saber went berserk. God knows how many big shots of the demons he killed. In the end, even the peerless, ominous saber was broken into 2. The heaven-devouring evil lord had died under the blade of this peerless blade. Therefore, the peerless, ominous blade and the devil's pot had been enemies for countless years. Gu Fei watched the battle from the side and knew quite a few secrets of the world. That battle back then was absolutely earth-shattering. Perhaps even the 9 heavens and 10 earths were affected. Rumble, the black-robed youngster's body erupted with the most powerful fluctuations of demonic power. The power of the entire heaven-devouring demonic jar erupted, and endless demonic power began to crazily gather towards the black-robed youngster. The black-robed youngster's body erupted with an unprecedented demonic might. The power of the entire heaven-devouring demonic jar seemed to gather on the black-robed youngster's body. "Haha, are you going to risk your life now?" The middle-aged man said with a loud laugh. His body also burst out with extreme power. A dragon shadow appeared on his body. At the same time, the ominous saber in Gu Fei's hand was also vibrating. 9 dragon-shaped Tao patterns rushed out from the ominous saber and entered his body. "Back then, I killed your master. Today, I will kill you," the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. "Is that so? Come on then," the black-robed youth said angrily. "You go out first." The middle-aged man suddenly said to Gu Fei. After that, he waved his right hand, and a spatial crack appeared in this pitch-black world. Gu Fei only felt the ominous saber in his hand suddenly vibrating. After that, he was pulled out of the spatial crack by the ominous saber. The ominous saber pulled Gu Fei and instantly left the burning devil desolate domain. At this moment, the saber soul of the ominous saber and the devil spirit of the heaven-devouring demonic jar began their battle. No one was fortunate enough to witness this battle, because in the region where the heaven-devouring demonic jar was located, all the laws of heaven and earth were in a mess. The aura of the extreme Tao was vast and mighty, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. No one was able to spy on what was happening inside. Not even Gu Fei could. In the end, the entire region where the heaven-devouring demonic jar was located collapsed. Even the burning devil desolate domain was affected. The heaven-devouring demonic jar shattered, and a ball of devil light shot up into the sky, disappearing into the depths of the firmament. A silhouette stepped out from the chaotic space and instantly appeared in front of Gu Fei. After that, a finger tapped on the center of Gu Fei's brows. Gu Fei only felt a powerful divine sense entering his mind. After that, many things appeared in his mind. In the next moment, that silhouette turned into a beam of divine light and disappeared into the ominous saber. I won. Gu Fei was both surprised and happy. The saber soul of the ominous saber had returned. However, he could feel that the saber soul had become extremely weak, as though it had suffered a heavy injury. At this moment, another beam of divine light appeared in the distant sky. An ancient tablet was flying towards Gu Fei. In an instant, it arrived in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei was delighted to see this ancient tablet. The Three Boundaries tablet had also returned. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound was heard from the direction of the burning devil desolate domain. After that, a beam of brilliant devil light shot up into the sky. An extremely terrifying demonic power spread out. In the devil light, a demonic shadow appeared indistinctly, as though the extreme demon lord had descended. It was an illusory figure. It was not the true birth of the extreme demon ancestor. It was a demonic figure that was emitted from an item. It was an eyeball, a blood-colored eyeball. The blood-colored eyeball had extreme demon patterns intertwining on it. The terrifying devil light that it emitted seemed to be able to melt everything. It was an annihilation demon eye. Around the demon eye, there were two leaders of the demons who were swept by the devil light emitted from the demon eye. They immediately turned into a ball of blood mist. Their demonic souls were directly devoured by the demon eye. What? Upon seeing this, the other leaders of the demons immediately retreated. The two forbidden weapons that were shown by the devil light from the demon eye lost their demonic nature instantly. They turned into dust and dissipated in the void. The power displayed by the demon eye made all the leaders of the demons shudder. One should know that it was a forbidden weapon that could unleash an extremely powerful attack. However, the incomparably powerful forbidden weapon was unable to withstand a single blow from this demonic eye. An eye of the extreme demon lord? Someone exclaimed. It was unbelievable that the peerless demon treasure in the burning devil desolate domain was actually an eye that belonged to the extreme demon lord. Although it had been countless years, the eye still maintained its vitality and had a terrifying annihilation divine power. As long as one was swept by the eye, one would turn into a ball of blood mist, and his divine soul would be sucked away by the demon eye. This demonic eye was simply too strange. Swoosh! At this moment, the demon eye looked in the direction where Gu Fei was. A beam of devil light swept towards Gu Fei. Buzz. Chapter 30:113. No one expected that the peerless demonic treasure in the burning devil desolate domain was actually a demonic eye. When the demonic eye appeared, it scanned all directions. Immediately, some of the demons were hit by the demonic light emitted by the demonic eye and turned into a mist of blood. What made the demons' hearts palpitate was that even the powerful forbidden tools could not resist the demonic light emitted by the demonic eye. The demons who dared to barge into the burning devil desolate domain naturally had forbidden tools to protect themselves. Some of the demons even brought extreme demonic tools. However, the forbidden tools could not protect those demons. The eerie demonic eye emitted a terrifying demonic light of annihilation. As long as they were hit by the demonic light, even the powerful forbidden tools would instantly turn into dust. The demons would turn into a mist of blood, and their divine souls would be devoured by the demonic eye. This was the destruction of both body and soul. For cultivators, this was the most thorough way to die. It was impossible for them to even cultivate the ghost Tao. Those demons immediately avoided it as if it was the plague. They did not dare to approach the eerie demonic eye. Blood was still dripping from the demonic eye. That was the extreme demonic blood. Every drop could kill a great demon venerable. The blood would not be lost because after the demonic blood dripped onto the demonic eye, it would instantly turn into a mist of blood and be devoured by the demonic eye again. It was hard to imagine that a demonic eye could easily kill a great demon venerable who possessed a forbidden tool. If the owner of the demonic eye were to descend, wouldn't he be invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths? At that moment, the demonic eye discovered Gu Fei. It immediately emitted a demonic light and scanned Gu Fei. Seeing the demonic eye looking at him, Gu Fei was shocked. That demonic eye was definitely the demonic eye of a great demon venerable. Gu Fei knew that he was definitely not a match for the demonic eye. Fortunately, the 3 Boundaries monument was right in front of him. The 3 Boundaries monument trembled, and a mass of 3 realms divine light rushed out from it. It instantly enveloped him. Buzz! The demonic light that rushed out from the demonic eye swept across in an instant, directly sweeping across the divine light of the 3 realms. The divine light of the 3 realms that enveloped Gu Fei immediately shook violently, as if it could collapse at any time. So powerful, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. He directly retreated into the distance. This demonic eye was too strange, and he didn't know anything about it at all. He wasn't a reckless person, and planning before acting was his style. However, it was not up to Gu Fei to retreat at this moment. Shua! A dazzling demonic light suddenly erupted from the demonic eye, and then it directly tore through the void and rushed towards Gu Fei. Above the demonic eye, there was a demonic shadow that made everyone's hearts palpitate. A monstrous demonic aura rushed out from the demonic eye, and the entire world darkened. Within the demonic aura, there seemed to be countless demonic shadows faintly discernible. It was extremely terrifying. Even with the power of the 3 Boundaries monument protecting him, Gu Fei still felt that his soul was trembling. In front of the extreme demonic might, he was as weak and helpless as an ant. This was the terror of the extreme demonic might. Even though Gu Fei was already a quasi-supreme, he was still not a supreme. In front of a supreme, he was still an ant. Just as Gu Fei was panicking, it was as if he had been attacked by the extreme demonic might. The peerless, ominous saber in his hand and the 3 Boundaries monument floating in front of him began to shake. A powerful aura of the extreme Tao erupted from the 2 great Tao weapons. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire world, causing all living creatures to be extremely terrified. This pressure was boundless, and all living creatures in the chaos demonic world felt this aura of the extreme Tao. Countless demons in the chaos demonic world were alarmed. This time, the extreme demonic might appeared in a certain region of the chaos demonic world. However, at this time, Gu Fei could not care so much. The terrifying demon eye had already arrived. He was extremely nervous. If the peerless, ominous saber and the 3 Boundaries monument could not stop this demon eye, then he would die. Just as the demon eye arrived, a dragon's roar came from the black saber in Gu Fei's hand. Then an extremely domineering dragon shadow rushed out from the black saber and pounced towards the demon eye. The demon eye instantly disappeared into the void. However, in the next moment, the demon eye appeared less than 3 meters away from Gu Fei. It was staring at Gu Fei, who was enveloped by the 3 Boundaries divine light. What? Gu Fei was shocked. When his gaze met the demon eye's gaze, his consciousness immediately became muddled. There seemed to be something inside the demon eye that was attracting him. His mind and even his spiritual soul felt like it was about to leave his body and be sucked in by the demon eye. "Wake up!" At this time, a loud shout sounded in Gu Fei's mind. The power of the great path exploded. The voice was like the evening drum and morning bell, pulling Gu Fei back from his daze. After Gu Fei came back to his senses, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly lowered his head and did not dare to look at the demon eye again. This demon eye was indeed extremely strange. Just by looking at it, he almost fell for it. This made Gu Fei inexplicably shocked. It was really dangerous just now. If it was not for the divine sound of the great path that came from the peerless, ominous saber, his spiritual soul would have been taken away by this demon eye. "I am waiting here. How can I let you do as you please?" The dragon shadow that rushed out from the peerless, ominous saber turned into a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man stretched out his hand and directly grabbed at the demon eye. Swoosh! The demon eye seemed to have some misgivings and directly disappeared into the void. In the next moment, it appeared thousands of feet away. At this time, a divine light rushed out from the three-boundary monument and pierced towards the demon eye. The power of the extreme path was vast and mighty. The devil eye disappeared once again. This time, the devil eye completely disappeared without a trace. The devil might of the extreme Tao also disappeared along with it. All the demons in the surrounding area heaved a sigh of relief. The middle-aged man formed by the peerless, ominous saber rushed back and merged into the black saber in Gu Fei's hand. Then the three-boundary monument directly wrapped around Gu Fei and soared into the sky. In an instant it was far away. At this time, the Devil Rock Emperor and the others had already disappeared. As for the master of the mystic demon mountain, he was fighting with the great demon Venerable Netherworld. Two figures moved quickly in the sky above the mountain. The dull sound of collision was like muffled thunder. The entire void was constantly shaken by the demonic power that erupted from these two figures. Master of the mystic demon mountain, this guy, in the clouds in the distant sky, two demonic figures were hiding there, peeping at the battlefield. These two guys were the two big bad guys, the Star Willow Demon and the Devil King. Chapter 30, 114. Boom! The demon mountain collapsed. Two figures rushed out from the dust and rubble. Powerful demonic aura spread in all directions. Kill! As the two demon race powerhouses fought to the death, a series of demonic blades shot out from one of the demon race's bodies and slashed at the other demon race's shadow. This was the killer move of the mystical Demon Mountain. The leader of the Demon Mountain was Mystical Demon Mountain's lord because the demonic light blades were demonic blades of the void. Mystical Demon Mountain mainly cultivated the great Tao of the void. Great Tao essence constantly rushed out from the void and was directly absorbed by Mystical Demon Mountain's lord. He seemed to have become one with the surrounding void, absorbing the power of the void for his own use. Humph! Great Demon Eminence, Mingxian sneered. He then opened his mouth and sucked in the countless demonic blades of the void that were slashing towards him. Great Demon Eminence Mingxian was a blood-winged demon dragon. He cultivated the devouring sky demonic art. When he opened his mouth and inhaled, he could devour the entire world, displaying a terrifying power. What Mystical Demon Mountain's lord couldn't help but be shocked. Although Great Demon Eminence Mingxian was injured in the battle with Gu Fei, his combat strength was still extremely strong. He could fight with Mystical Demon Mountain's lord endlessly. 9 transformations of the mystical demon. The first transformation frightens ghosts and gods. Mystical Demon Mountain's lord directly displayed the killer move of Mystical Demon Mountain. A terrifying demonic power erupted from his body. This was the strongest killer move of Mystical Demon Mountain. 9 demonic lights rushed out from his body and pierced towards Great Demon Eminence Mingxian. When the great demon, Venerable Mingxian, saw this, his blood-colored pupils immediately shrank. In the next moment, 2 blood-colored bone wings emerged from his back. The blood-colored bone wings flapped. A clanging sound immediately came from great demon eminence Mingxuan's back. Several blood-colored demonic lights rushed out from the 2 bone wings. The 9 streaks of crimson devilish light exuded a terrifying aura that struck fear into the hearts of all devilish beings. Boom! The 9 beams of demonic light shot out by profound demon mountain Lord collided with the blood-red demonic light that rushed out of great demon eminence Nether Mystery's bony wings. 2 powerful demonic powers burst out, causing the void to explode. A pitch-black hole appeared in the void, which was filled with extremely chaotic chi. Second transformation, skies shatter. Mysterious demon mountain Lord no longer held back his strength. He directly displayed the second transformation of the mysterious demon 9 transformations. A shocking, murderous aura immediately erupted from his body. Then, a strange wave instantly spread out from Black Demon Mountain, Lord's body. The next moment, the surrounding void began to silently annihilate. Great Demon Venerable Netherworld was taken aback. He only hesitated for a moment before he was engulfed by the demonic power that spread out from mysterious Demon Mountain Master's body. This time you're still not dead. Mystical Demon Mountain Lord was pleasantly surprised. He never thought that he would be able to easily seal Great Demon Venerable Netherworld into his mystical demon second transformation. Rumble, Mystical Demon Mountain Lord crazily operated the mysterious Demon 9 transformations, wanting to obliterate Great Demon Venerable Netherworld. However, in the next moment, boom! With a loud bang, the void shattered and a figure rushed out from the void. A violent aura erupted from this figure. This mystical Demon Mountain Lord was sent flying hundreds of feet away by the sudden eruption of power. Even if my vitality is greatly damaged, you're still not my opponent. Great Demon Venerable Netherworld said with incomparable confidence. Then he directly opened his mouth and spat out a demon bead. The demon bead directly bombarded Mystical Demon Mountain Lord. When the demon bead smashed towards Mystical Demon Mountain Lord, it rapidly enlarged. When it smashed above Mystical Demon Mountain Lord's head, it looked like a demonic moon was descending. At this time, many experts came to the area where Mystical Demon Mountain Lord and Great Demon Venerable Netherworld were fighting. The area affected by this battle was also very wide. Very soon, the figures of Demonic Rock Emperor and the others appeared in the nearby area. That old bastard Netherworld. Demonic Rock Emperor couldn't help but be inexplicably shocked when he saw the 2 experts fighting in the battlefield. Especially when he saw that the leader of the demons fighting with Mystical Demon Mountain Lord was actually Great Demon Venerable Netherworld. Great Demon Venerable Netherworld was defeated by Gu Fei. This guy didn't dare to find trouble with Gu Fei, so he vented his anger on Mystical Demon Mountain Lord and the others. Mystical Demon, 3 transformations. Destroy the world. Mystical Demon Mountain Lord didn't hold back and directly displayed the 3rd transformation of the Mystical Demon 9 transformations. A terrifying demonic power that could destroy the world erupted from his body. The world was really collapsing. The terrifying destructive power soared into the sky and directly collided with the demon bead that was pressing down. The demon bead shook violently. Then it was sent flying by the terrifying destructive power that soared into the sky. The demonic patterns that appeared on the demon bead dimmed. What Great Demon Venerable Netherworld was taken aback. He didn't expect Mystical Demon Mountain Lord to display such a powerful battle prowess. The supreme technique of Mystical Demon Mountain was really powerful. The mysterious Demon 9 transformations was not only famous in the Western region, but even the experts of the Devil Dao in other regions had heard of this Devil Dao divine ability. Mystical Demon Mountain Lord wanted to cultivate this divine ability to the 9th transformation so that Great Demon Venerable Netherworld wouldn't dare to look for Mystical Demon Mountain Lord when his vitality was greatly injured. Rumble, the void shook and was annihilated. The power of the third transformation of the mystical demon was too shocking. Even great demon, Venerable Netherworld was forced back. He couldn't help but be shocked. Mystical Demon Mountain, Lord didn't hesitate and directly raised the power of the mystical Demon 9 transformations to the fourth transformation. The fourth transformation of the mystical demon was the chaotic yin and yang transformation. Great demon Venerable Netherworld was directly injured by the power of the chaotic yin and yang transformation. His demonic body seemed to be torn into pieces by the violent power of yin and yang. Mystical Demon Mountain Lord was furious. He was fighting great demon Venerable Netherworld to prove to everyone that he wasn't a pushover. When he went crazy, even he himself was afraid. Roar! Mystical Demon Mountain Lord roared. He activated the demonic power in his body with all his strength. A demonic power that was powerful enough to make great demon Venerables tremble erupted from his body. This is, in the distant sky, Luo Peng and the others who saw the scene were inexplicably shocked. I'm not mistaken, right? Senior brother has actually cultivated to the fifth transformation. Phoenix Bird Witch, who was standing beside Luo Peng, said. She stared at the scene in front of her in disbelief. Even her voice was trembling. At this time, Mystical Demon Mountain Lord didn't feel good at all. The consequence of activating the power with all his might was that he almost lost control of the power in his body. Chapter 31:15. The Mystical Demon Mountain's killing technique, the Mystical Demon 9 transformations, was extremely powerful. Even with Mystical Demon Mountain's Lord's cultivation, he could only barely display the fifth transformation. The void between heaven and earth was collapsing, and a terrifying primal chaos chi rushed out from the ruptured void, rushing toward great demon Venerable Mingxian. The mystical demon fifth transformation was called Breaking Chaos. Mystical Demon Mountain's Lord had drawn the power of chaos. A strand of chaotic essence was enough to crush a mountain. This time, it was not just a strand of chaotic essence, but a monstrous chaotic essence. The entire sky was instantly sealed by the power of chaos. Even someone as powerful as Great Demon Sovereign Eminence couldn't help but change his expression. He felt as if his body was suddenly pressed down by an ancient demonic mountain. His body sank and directly fell from the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the earth sank. Great Demon Sovereign Eminence was directly pressed into the depths of the earth by the chaotic chi. The surrounding mountains were constantly collapsing, and dust rose high into the sky. This kind of apocalyptic scene shocked everyone. Willow Demon and Demon Leader, who were hiding in the clouds in the distance, were shocked when they saw this scene. This mystical Demon Mountain's Lord was actually this powerful. It was really beyond their imagination. At this time, the power of a great demon sovereign was wreaking havoc. Great demon sovereign eminences, roar came from the depths of the earth. This great demon sovereign was in big trouble. The entire earth was filled with dust. The soil and rocks were violently moving up and down like waves. The chaotic chi destroyed everything. It was extremely terrifying. This was the power of the mystical demon fifth transformation. When the chaotic chi erupted, even great demon sovereign eminence was in danger. This scene shocked all the leaders of the demons who were watching from afar. Before, Mystical Demon Mountain was only ranked last among the three major forces in the western region. But now, not only did Mystical Demon Mountain annihilate Demonic Lake, but it was also so powerful that it even showed signs of overshadowing Falling Moon Demon Palace. At this time, the news of the appearance of the Demon Eye in the land of burning demons had already spread. The entire primal chaos demon world was shaken. All the forces of the demons could not sit still. It should be known that the demonic cultivation method was a plundering method. It stole the essence of other creatures to strengthen itself. That demon eye of annihilation was not simple. As soon as it broke free, it went on a killing spree. Several unlucky demon lords fell, and even the forbidden tools were easily destroyed by that demon eye. At this time, mysterious Demon Mountain Lord didn't have the time to care about these things. What he needed to do now was to kill Great Demon Venerable Nether Mystery. However, the Great Demon Venerable Netherworld was a Great Demon Venerable after all, and such an existence wouldn't fall so easily. In the depths of the earth, the primal chaos condensed into 9 primal chaos great dragons, coiling around Great Demon Eminence Netherworld. At this time, Great Demon Eminence Netherworld had already reverted to his original form. A gigantic, blood-winged demon dragon was roaring and struggling. However, no matter how much the blood-winged demonic dragon struggled, it couldn't break free. The 9 chaos great dragons coiled around the blood-winged demonic dragon's body tighter and tighter. Mystic Demon Mountain Lord was really going all out. He could barely control the 5th transformation of the mystic demon. But if he wasn't careful, there was a possibility that he would lose control of this power. Once the power of the 5th transformation of the mystic demon went out of control, even Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's vitality would be greatly damaged, and his life might even be in danger. Mystic Demon Mountain Lord was sitting cross-legged in the void. His whole body was blooming with demonic light, and the power of the Void Demon Tao was erupting. Endless primal chaos force was being guided out from the spatial crack by him. The primal chaos force was still increasing as if there was no end to it. What? Seeing this scene, all the spectating demons were incomparably shocked. The battle power displayed by Mystic Demon Mountain Lord was definitely not at the early stage of the Great Demon Venerable level. One must know that a Great Demon Venerable at the early stage of the Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's cultivation was absolutely not at the early stage of the Great Demon Venerable level. Great Demon Venerable Netherworld is in trouble. At this time, no one was optimistic about Great Demon Venerable Netherworld because he was at a complete disadvantage. Even the demon bead couldn't break the power of the 5th transformation of the mystic demon. The powerful demon bead was suppressed by the tyrannical power emitted by the 9 chaos great dragons inside Great Demon Venerable Netherworld's body. Roar! Great Demon Venerable Netherworld's blood-winged demonic dragon roared. This demonic dragon struggled desperately, and a powerful demonic power erupted. Demonic lines emerged from the blood-winged demonic dragon's body, interweaving into a profound and ancient demonic diagram. A supreme demonic might erupted from the blood-winged demonic dragon's body. Although it blocked the entanglement of the 9 chaos great dragons, it still couldn't break free. Damn it. At this time, Mystic Demon Mountain Lord, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky, began to tremble. Streaks of blood appeared on his body, and demonic blood seeped out from the wounds. His demonic body seemed like it was about to collapse, and the demonic power emitted from his body became chaotic. This was definitely not a good thing for Mystic Demon Mountain Lord. This was a sign that the primal chaos force was about to go out of control. He was struggling to hold on, and the consequences of losing control of the primal chaos force was not something he could bear. Rumble! A muffled, thunderous sound came from Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's body. At this time, Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's face was incomparably ferocious. Countless demonic lines emerged on his body, sealing his body. If he didn't use this method to seal his body, Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's demonic body would have exploded long ago. Could it be that both sides have suffered? A great leader of the Demon Mountain Lord noticed the abnormality of Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's body. Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's condition was very bad, and his demonic body could explode at any time due to the chaotic power inside his body. While Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord and Great Demon Reverend Mingxian were fighting with their lives on the line, Gu Fei had returned to Mysterious Demon Mountain. He was going to go into seclusion again because the battle between the peerless, ominous saber soul and the devil's spirit of the heaven-devouring evil jar had allowed him to comprehend some things. This was crucial for Gu Fei to take that step forward. However, when he returned to Mystic Demon Mountain Lord and the other high-level members of Mystic Demon Mountain had not returned yet, which made Gu Fei somewhat surprised. Since Great Demon Venerable Netherworld used the heaven-devouring demonic jar, Gu Fei had no idea what had happened outside. He thought that Mystic Demon Mountain Lord and the others had returned. But now, it seemed that Mystic Demon Mountain Lord and the others had gone somewhere else. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a big rock on Mystic Demon Mountain and directly operated his mysterious technique. Soon he sensed where Mystic Demon Mountain Lord and the others were. Mystic Demon Mountain Lord and the other high-level members of Mystic Demon Mountain, as well as Demon Emperor Peng, were all under Gu Fei's restriction. As long as they were still in the primal chaos demonic world, Gu Fei would be able to sense their existence unless they left the primal chaos demonic world. The vitality of the others was extremely strong, but Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's vitality was gradually weakening. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly stood up from the big rock and took a step forward. In an instant, he disappeared into the void. Soon, Gu Fei's figure appeared at the place where Mystic Demon Mountain Lord and Great Demon Venerable Netherworld were fighting. Why is he here? Let's go. Demon Willow and Demon Kuei, who were hiding in the clouds high in the sky, immediately fled when they saw the figure that suddenly appeared nearby. Master. When Luo Peng, Demon Emperor Peng, and the others saw the figure, they were immediately surprised and delighted. He's here. Mystic Demon Mountain Lord could not help but feel shocked when he sensed Gu Fei's aura. The chaotic power in his body almost went out of control. He quickly calmed his mind and operated his mysterious technique with all his might. Gu Fei snorted coldly. In the next moment, his figure directly disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was already in the depths of the earth. In the depths of the earth, the chaotic power was vast and mighty. 9 chaotic dragons were tightly entangled with a blood-winged demon dragon. What? It's you! Great Demon Venerable Mingxian was shocked when he sensed Gu Fei's aura. He struggled with all his might to escape. However, at this moment, Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly pointed with a finger. An extremely sharp sword light instantly rushed out and pierced the blood-winged demon dragon's forehead. It was a deadly sword light. It directly destroyed the blood-winged demon dragon's soul. In the next moment, the 9 chaotic dragons entangled with Great Demon Venerable Netherworld exerted force and directly minced the blood-winged demon dragon into a cloud of blood mist. Great Demon Venerable Netherworld, whom Mystic Demon Mountain Lord could not defeat with all his strength, was killed by Gu Fei as soon as he attacked. In the end, Great Demon Venerable Mingxian ended up dead. Let's go. All of you, return to Mystic Demon Mountain. Gu Fei's voice resounded in the hearts of Mystic Demon Mountain Lord and the other higher-ups of Mystic Demon Mountain. Immediately after, Gu Fei soared into the sky and instantly disappeared at the end of the horizon. Such a great battle actually ended just like that. This was something that no one had expected. Those demons were inexplicably shocked. Some of them saw Gu Fei attack. Where did this guy come from? Some demons frowned. At this time, Mystic Demon Mountain Lord met up with Luo Peng and the others. They then left this place and headed in the direction of Mystic Demon Mountain, disappearing in the blink of an eye. No one dared to intercept them. They let Mystic Demon Mountain Lord retreat. Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's harvest was not small. He was holding a demon bead in his hand. This demon bead was the same demon bead that belonged to Great Demon Venerable Netherworld. That demon bead was now in Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's hands. After returning to Mystic Demon Mountain, Gu Fei directly ordered Mystic Demon Mountain Lord to find out the origin of the demon eye that rushed out of the burning demon desolate domain. That demon eye was definitely not ordinary. It should have a great origin. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will emerge victorious in 100 battles. If they met again, Gu Fei did not intend to let go of this demon eye. Just when Gu Fei sent Mystic Demon Mountain Lord to investigate the demon eye appeared in a tribe of demons in the western domain. Soon, the entire demons tribe was covered with corpses. In such a large tribe, not a single person was spared. All of them died, and their deaths were extremely strange. The entire demons tribe looked as if their blood had been sucked dry. Only a layer of skin was left on their skeletons. It was a very frightening scene. Chapter 31:16. Gu Fei went into seclusion once again. Meanwhile, the demon eye was on a killing spree in the primal chaos realm, devouring the essence of countless living beings to strengthen itself. This was the most direct and fastest way to recover its cultivation, but the price was the death of countless living beings. However, for these peerlessly powerful demonic beings, they wouldn't even frown even if billions of living beings were to die. They wouldn't have any compassion for them either. The primal chaos devil world was in chaos. None of the forces could sit still. First, it was the western region. In the territory of the falling moon devil palace, a large devil race tribe was slaughtered. The essence, energy, and soul of the entire tribe were devoured. After receiving the news, the falling moon demon palace Lord personally left the palace and intercepted the demon eye in a primordial mountain range. A great battle broke out. The entire mountain range was destroyed and turned into a land of extinction. Even some of the demons outside the mountain range were affected, resulting in countless casualties. This battle destroyed an area of millions of miles. The demon eye of annihilation displayed its demonic might and defeated the falling moon demon palace lord. The falling moon demon palace lord retreated in defeat. The battle between the falling moon demon palace's palace lord and the demon eye of annihilation had a huge impact. That was because the falling moon demon palace's palace lord had used an extreme Tao demonic weapon. It was a demonic flag. With a wave of the demonic flag, even the stars in the sky would fall. When the falling moon demon palace lord fought the demon eye of annihilation, all the leaders of the demons in the primal chaos realm felt the aura of the flag. The fact that the demon eye of annihilation could defeat the falling moon demon palace lord, who wielded a demonic weapon of the extreme path, caused a great shock in the cultivation world of the primal chaos realm. It should be known that what the super forces in the primal chaos realm relied on was the demonic weapon of the extreme path. If even the demonic weapon of the extreme path could not stop the demon eye of annihilation, the consequences would be dire. For a moment, all the forces of the demons in the primal chaos realm were in danger. A tense atmosphere enveloped the entire cultivation world of the primal chaos realm. At this time, Mount Master and the other experts of Mount Master entered the burning demon desolate domain again. Since they were going to investigate the origin of the demon eye of annihilation, they had to go to the place where the demon eye of annihilation appeared. Black Demon Mountain Lord brought Devil Rock and the others into the burning devil desolate domain. After the demon eye of annihilation left, the burning devil desolate domain was still filled with unknown dangers. Over the countless years, the number of lives that had been devoured by that demon eye was innumerable. Moreover, there were remnants of the power of the Devil Tao Supreme's Tao laws everywhere in this absolute domain, and the immortal devil marks of the Devil Tao Supremes were still hidden in the absolute domain. Even a great demon Venerable would be instantly destroyed if he touched those runes. The appearance of the demon eye had confirmed that a supreme, extreme demon ancestor had fallen here. Therefore, even if the demon eye had left, it was still very dangerous to enter this place. This time, Mystic Demon Mountain Lord came with the 3 boundary steel. This was an extreme Tao artifact bestowed by Gu Fei. With this extreme Tao artifact protecting him, Mystic Demon Mountain Lord dared to enter this area of despair. Otherwise, he would definitely not dare to enter such a place. Just as everyone was walking towards the depths of the absolute domain, a scream suddenly sounded. Not far ahead, an expert of the demons had turned into a pool of blood in an instant. His body and soul had been destroyed. What? Black Demon Mountain Lord's shock was no small matter. He hastily raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. There was an unknown danger in front of them. Just now, he couldn't see how that devil powerhouse died. This kind of unknown danger made him very uneasy. Lord Mystic Demon Mountain, a war demon under Mystic Demon Mountain, could not help but be moved, because the expert of the demons in front of them was not a weakling. He was a demon Venerable who wanted to enter the burning devil, desolate domain to try his luck. Who knew that he would die in such an unknown way? Senior brother. At this time, Demon Venerable Luopeng also looked at Mystic Demon Mountain Lord in shock. Ever since he entered this area, he had felt uncomfortable all over. What are you afraid of? Mystic Demon Mountain Lord glared at Luopeng. This junior brother of his was getting more and more useless recently. This made him feel a little disappointed. He thought for a moment. Then, a demonic shadow rushed out of his body. These demonic shadows directly walked forward, completely ignoring the danger in front of them. This is the phoenix sparrow, which couldn't help but be moved when she saw this. This was another powerful cultivation method of Mystic Demon Mountain. The phantoms that came out of Mystic Demon Mountain's body were only Mystic Demon Mountain's void incarnations. Mystic Demon Mountain mainly cultivated the void great path. It was definitely not difficult for him to condense these incarnations. At that moment, everyone stared nervously at the phantoms conjured by Mystic Demon Mountain Lord. When one of the phantoms walked to the place where the demon lord died, it instantly dissipated into the void. What? At this time, Mystic Demon Mountain Lord finally saw how his shadow disappeared. When his shadow walked to the place where the demon Venerable had died, he vaguely saw a demonic light flash by. It was that demonic light that destroyed one of Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's void incarnations. This divine ability of Mystic Demon Mountain Lord could be used in this absolute domain to detect the danger in front of them. Then they could avoid the danger and continue moving forward. Soon, more than a dozen void incarnations of Mystic Demon Mountain Lord triggered all kinds of hidden dangers in the surroundings and directly disappeared in the void. Seeing this scene, the experts of Mystic Demon Mountain could not help but change their expressions. Although the demon eye, the peerless demonic treasure of the burning demon desolate domain, had left, the burning demon desolate domain was still full of dangers and traps. If one was not careful, they would lose their life here. At this time, all the experts of Mystic Demon Mountain could not stay calm. Follow behind me, Mystic Demon Mountain Lord said with a solemn expression. Faint and illusory shadows walked out of his body. These shadows walked in all directions. As long as there was a place where the void incarnations disappeared, they would take a detour. However, Mystic Demon Mountain Lord only cared about moving forward and ignored the places where they passed. A demonic light silently rushed out from the ground and instantly pulled a demonic expert who was walking at the back into the ground. The speed was so fast that the demonic expert did not even have time to scream before he disappeared. The strangest thing was that no one actually noticed all this. Even Mystic Demon Mountain Lord did not notice it. On the ground where the demonic experts walked, there was demonic chi escaping. Soon, another demonic expert who was walking at the back was instantly pulled into the ground. Chapter 30, 117. The danger in the burning devil desolate domain was beyond everyone's imagination. Even an astute person like the mysterious Demon Mountain Lord, who cultivated the infinite void incarnation divine ability, didn't know that the danger was right beside them. Illusory silhouettes walked out from the mysterious Demon Mountain Lord's body and walked in all directions. They were like the vanguard of the mysterious Demon Mountain Lord, helping him detect the danger ahead. However, the mysterious Demon Mountain Lord ignored the danger below his feet. Black gas emerged from the ground where they walked. It was as if there was an invisible hand reaching out from the ground, instantly pulling the demon experts who were walking at the back into the ground. No one was aware of this happening. When the third demon expert was pulled into the ground, the mysterious Demon Mountain Lord and the others finally realized it. What? Where's Demon, Sovereign, Mystic Dragon? Some of the demon experts exclaimed. At this time, everyone realized that 3 demon sovereigns had disappeared without a trace. What? Even the mysterious Demon Mountain Lord couldn't help but be moved. At this time, he realized that the surroundings were filled with strands of demon chi. The void was filled with an extremely dangerous aura. At this time, all the experts of the mysterious Demon Mountain had gathered in a circle around the mysterious Demon Mountain Lord. Preposterous! The mysterious Demon Mountain Lord stretched out his right hand, and an ancient tablet immediately appeared in his hand. A powerful aura immediately spread out from the stone tablet. The surrounding demon chi immediately dissipated in the void after being washed away by the aura emitted from the ancient tablet in the mysterious Demon Mountain Lord's hand. Swoosh! In the midst of the demon chi, a demonic light flashed, and a black shadow instantly entered the ground, disappearing without a trace. "What is that thing?" someone asked nervously. "I didn't see it clearly," a demon expert said. Even with his cultivation, he actually couldn't see it clearly. This made many people's hearts palpitate because they also couldn't see it clearly just now. "Coward, come out and fight me if you have the guts!" Black Demon Mountain Lord roared furiously. His voice spread far and wide, causing some of the Devil Path experts in the vicinity to be shocked. Some demons recognized Black Demon Mountain Lord. These demons immediately retreated. One must know that Black Demon Mountain Lord was currently in the limelight. No one dared to provoke him. No one responded to Mystic Demon Mountain Lord. Demonic chi continuously emerged from the ground and surged towards Mystic Demon Mountain Lord and the others. However, the aura emitted by the ancient tablet in Mountain Lord Black Demon's hand blocked the surrounding demon chi, making it difficult for them to get close to Mountain Lord Black Demon and the others. Rumble! Very quickly the ground began to shake, and then the ground began to crack. Then skeletons began to climb out of the ground. These skeletons were all black, and every skeleton was surrounded by demonic chi, emitting a demonic aura that made people's hearts palpitate. In just a short while, Mystic Demon Mountain Lord and the others were surrounded by countless black skeletons. The black skeletons stretched as far as the eye could see, and no one knew how many there were. All the experts of Mystic Demon Mountain were stunned at this time. It turned out that there were so many skeletons hidden under the ground under their feet. Moreover, these skeletons were actually demon bones with demonic properties. Whether they were humanoid skeletons or skeletons of different races, these skeletons all had one thing in common. They were all controlled by a powerful and strange demonic force. "Humph!" Black Demon Mountain Lord sneered. He didn't say anything, but a great demon Venerable level pressure erupted from his body, causing the group of demons to feel terrified. At this time, Demonic Rock Emperor was very calm. This was because he had once controlled the 3 Boundaries Monument, and he was very clear about its power. With the 3 Boundaries Monument in hand, Black Demon Mountain Lord could naturally ignore all strong enemies. Sure enough, Black Demon Mountain took the initiative to use the 3 Boundaries Monument. Buzz! A loud sound came from the 3 Boundaries Monument in Black Demon Mountain Lord's hand. Then a ripple visible to the naked eye spread out from the 3 Boundaries Monument. The transparent ripple spread out in an instant. Wherever the transparent ripple passed, the black demonic bones exploded in an instant. In just an instant, the countless skeletons that surrounded Black Demon Mountain Lord and the others turned into bone powder and dissipated in the void. Seeing this scene, no one could say anything. This scene was too shocking. Everyone was stunned. Roar. At this time, a deep roar came from the depths of the ground. As this roar spread out, the entire ground immediately shook violently like waves. What's going on? Seeing this, Demonic Rock Emperor's voice trembled. Come out. Black Demon Mountain Lord roared and directly activated the Three Boundaries monument in his hand. Without any hesitation, a ball of Three Realms divine light immediately spread out from the Three Boundaries monument. Then the ancient monument flew up from Black Demon Mountain Lord's hand. It instantly enlarged and pressed down from the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the ancient monument directly fell from the sky and pressed down. The violently shaking ground immediately calmed down. At the same time, a demonic shadow rushed out from the ground. Endless demonic might was vast and mighty. It was a powerful and terrifying demonic body. It was really hard to imagine that there was such a powerful demonic living being in the burning demon, desolate domain. This made the experts of Black Demon Mountain feel a great pressure. Is it out? Black Demon Mountain Lord did not hesitate and directly pounced towards the demonic shadow without any fear. The demonic shadow was very wary of the Three Boundaries monument. It actually turned around and left, causing Black Demon Mountain Lord to pounce on empty air. As the demonic shadow left, the heart-palpitating aura retreated like a tide and quickly disappeared in the void. Seeing the scene, everyone was stunned. If it wasn't for the Three Boundaries monument, they would be in big trouble this time. Continue. Black Demon Mountain Lord looked in the direction where the demonic shadow disappeared and roared. Just as Black Demon Mountain Lord led the experts of Black Demon Mountain to continue sneaking forward, there was a mighty aura at the peak of Black Demon Mountain. While Gu Fei was cultivating, the mighty aura at the peak of Black Demon Mountain was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. This time he didn't stay in seclusion for long. Then he took a step and directly disappeared from the peak of Black Demon Mountain. Very quickly, Gu Fei's figure appeared outside the burning demon desolate domain. When he was about to enter the burning demon desolate domain, he felt a familiar aura. Chapter 31:18. Gu Fei had only been in seclusion for a short period of time. His cultivation base had reached a certain state, and it was difficult to increase his cultivation base and combat strength by simply cultivating. After exiting seclusion, he came to the outside of the burning devil desolate domain. Just as he was about to enter the burning devil desolate domain, a monstrous demonic aura surged out. Within the demonic aura, a terrifying demonic figure was faintly discernible. "It's you." When the demonic figure saw Gu Fei, it was obviously shocked. Then it turned around and dashed towards the depths of the burning devil desolate domain, fleeing. "Haha, crazy MO. Since we've met here, let's catch up. Why are you running?" Gu Fei roared with laughter before he took a step forward and chased after the demonic figure. That's right. The demonic figure was Crazy MO, the third clan elder of Sky Demon Lake. Back then, Gu Fei broke into Sky Demon Palace and killed a group of experts of Sky Demon Lake. Even the great clan elder and the second clan elder of the Heavenly Demon Lake had fallen. However, there were still a few important figures of the Heavenly Demon Lake that managed to escape. Madman MO was one of them. Crazy MO was scared of Gu Fei. Naturally, he escaped as soon as he saw Gu Fei. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure appeared in the void. With every step he took, his figure would instantly disappear into the void. When he reappeared, he was already thousands of miles away. He activated the peerless, ominous Saber Force to protect himself. However, even so, he still had to be careful. One should know that this was the place where the extreme demon ancestor had fallen. The burning devil desolate domain contained the immortal demonic energy left behind by the extreme demon ancestor. Once this energy was activated, even a great demon, Venerable, would fall. Gu Fei cultivated the 8 desolation steps. If this divine ability was cultivated to the extreme, he could travel in all directions with just 8 steps. His speed would definitely be unparalleled in the world. With just a few steps, he had already caught up to Lunatic Mo. With just one more step, he would be able to catch up to Lunatic Mo. However, just as Gu Fei was about to take that step, Lunatic Mo suddenly swung his right hand backward and threw something at Gu Fei. This is when Gu Fei saw the object, he was stunned. It was a black jar. Of course, it was definitely not the heaven-devouring evil jar. The heaven-devouring demon jar was also quite impressive. Although the heaven-devouring demon jar had shattered, the peerless, ominous saber had also injured its essence. The saber soul had already fallen into a deep slumber. This was not a good thing for Gu Fei. Just as Gu Fei was stunned, the black jar suddenly exploded. Then, a black gas rushed out from the broken black jar, instantly enveloping the entire void and sweeping towards Gu Fei. *CK, this is not demonic chi. Gu Fei took a closer look and saw that the black chi was not demonic chi at all. Instead, it was black dust. It was hard to imagine that such a small black jar could contain so much black dust. The void that was enveloped by the black dust was silently annihilated. If he had not seen it directly, Gu Fei would have really thought that the black jar contained demonic chi. The black dust did not emit any demonic aura. However, this was what made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. He directly soared into the sky and dodged the black dust. However, the black dust seemed to have intelligence. Like a black cloud, it swept towards Gu Fei. There seemed to be countless black shadows struggling and roaring in the black dust. Upon seeing this scene, Gu Fei's heart palpitated and he felt uneasy. Where did Lunatic Mo find this thing? At this moment, Gu Fei had already recognized what the black dust was. It was bone ash, the bone ash of a supreme demon ancestor. Otherwise, it would not be so terrifying. This is outrageous. Did Lunatic Mo go and dig up the grave of a supreme demon ancestor? Gu Fei could not help but frown. Who would dare to dig up the grave of a supreme demon ancestor? Only a real lunatic would dare to do such a thing. Lunatic Mo was definitely crazier than a real lunatic. The black dust swept towards Gu Fei silently. Everywhere it passed, the void was constantly annihilated. It actually destroyed everything. Even Gu Fei dared not let the bone ash touch him. At this moment, Lunatic Mo had already escaped to God knows where. Swoosh! Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and displayed the world's fastest speed. In an instant, he was far away. The black, cloud-like black dust surged towards him. Everywhere it passed, everything that was enveloped by the black dust was directly annihilated. Even some incomplete demonic marks left by the supreme demon ancestor were annihilated. The 3 boundaries steel was not in his hands. Otherwise, Gu Fei could use it to directly hit the black dust into the endless void. However, even without the 3 boundaries steel, Gu Fei still had to give it a try. I don't know what kind of divine power Lunatic Mo used, but the bone ash of the supreme demon ancestor is actually chasing me. Even if I use the 8 steps extreme speed, I still can't get rid of this black dust. Gu Fei had no choice but to stop. He turned around and looked at the black dust that covered the sky and earth. He directly roared and slapped forward with all his strength. Rumble! The space in front of Gu Fei's palm shook violently and then collapsed. A huge space hole appeared in the void in front of him. The black hole formed by the sky smasher produced a heaven-devouring force. There was chaotic chi coming out of the black hole. Even the chaotic chi was shot out by Gu Fei. Haha, you don't want to let me go? Then come and chase me. Gu Fei laughed heartily as he charged into the black hole in the void. The black cloud that was formed by the bone ash of the supreme demon ancestor was still sweeping over. Then it also rushed into the black hole and disappeared inside. At this time, Lunatic MO took a big detour in the burning demon desolate domain and left the burning demon desolate domain from another direction. Lunatic MO rushed into the endless mountain ridges outside the burning demon desolate domain without looking back. He had obtained what he wanted. Naturally, he would go into seclusion to improve his cultivation. Then, he would come back to settle the score with Gu Fei. The destruction of the heavenly demon lake was definitely an irreconcilable feud for Lunatic MO. Between him and Gu Fei, only when one of them died could the feud between them be completely resolved. Gu Fei also didn't want to leave this disaster alive. However, Lunatic MO clearly knew that he wasn't a match for Gu Fei. As soon as he saw Gu Fei, he escaped. This allowed the lunatic to escape once again. At this time, Gu Fei entered the chaos. The black dust also entered the chaos. Then a shocking scene appeared. Everywhere the black dust passed, even the chaotic chi was silently wiped out by the black dust. This, Chapter 30, 119. The black dust was extremely domineering. As long as the black dust touched his body, even Gu Fei would die. One should know that the black dust was the ashes of the extreme demon ancestor. Even the incomplete body parts left behind by the extreme demon ancestor could be destroyed, let alone Gu Fei. Gu Fei directly shattered the void and rushed into the primal chaos void. The black dust also chased after him into the primal chaos void. As a result, a shocking scene appeared. Everywhere the black dust passed, even the chaotic space was being destroyed. It was incomparably terrifying. This was the chaotic land, but it was actually destroyed by the black dust. It was really unbelievable for Gu Fei. Gu Fei moved quickly in the chaotic void. The black dust was still chasing behind him, as if it would pounce on him and devour him at any time. He used the power of a peerless fierce blade to protect himself, but it was still not enough. It was the first time he encountered such a strange and unimaginably terrifying black dust. One should know that the ashes of the extreme demon ancestor could not be seen in this world. Even the corpse of the extreme demon ancestor could not be seen in this world. Buzz! A rumbling sound rang out from Gu Fei's body. After that, the shadow of an ancient cauldron surged out from his body and enveloped him within it. The extremely chaotic essence chi around Gu Fei's body couldn't touch his body at all. The power of the ancient cauldron kept everything outside of it. Rumble! Gu Fei felt a headache coming on. The clump of black dust chasing after him seemed to possess intelligence and a life of its own. It locked onto him and would not stop until it destroyed him. He turned one round in the chaotic void, but it was still difficult to get rid of the black dust of death behind him. There was no other way. Gu Fei stopped and directly sat in the chaotic void. An ancient cauldron appeared above his head. In the next moment, the death-black dust instantly swept over and enveloped Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the chaotic void. The terrifying power of destruction instantly destroyed the space around Gu Fei. Even the chaotic energy was destroyed. However, the power of the cauldron of mountain and river that emerged from Gu Fei's body blocked the black dust outside. Buzz! The mountain river cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head began to emit a devouring power, sucking the surrounding black dust into the mountain river cauldron. At the same time, other than using the power of the cauldron of mountain and river to protect himself, there was also a vague shadow of a dragon on Gu Fei's body. That was the power of the peerless ominous blade. With these two powers protecting him, no matter how powerful the death black dust was, it would not be able to touch Gu Fei. At this moment, the death black dust seemed to know how powerful the mountain river cauldron was. It actually wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The death black dust had already been sucked in by the power of the mountain river cauldron. The death-black dust was continuously devoured by the mountain river cauldron. After half an hour, the death-black dust was completely devoured by the mountain river cauldron. Gu Fei felt that he was a little too nervous before. It was just that simple. The death-black dust was devoured by the mountain river cauldron, and his threat was resolved. However, very soon, Gu Fei knew that things were not that simple. That was because the death-black dust in the mountain river cauldron had not been refined. The death-black dust was only sealed by the mountain river cauldron. Gu Fei did not think too much about it. He directly rushed towards the exit of the chaotic void. However, at this moment, 3 extremely powerful demonic shadows appeared outside the exit of the chaotic void. The 3 demonic shadows were using their devil Dao Xian technique with all their might. Demonic patterns intertwined and coiled around the broken void. Soon, the broken void disappeared. The 3 great demon venerables worked together to repair the broken void. Haha, that guy shouldn't be able to come out. A fat, great demon venerable said with a laugh. This guy was covered in fat from head to toe. The fat under his clothes was about to burst his clothes. He's lost in the chaos. Even if he's an extreme demon venerable, he won't be able to come out. Another tall and skinny, great demon venerable, who looked like a bamboo pole, said, "All right, let's leave this place quickly. I have a feeling that something bad is about to happen." Another young man in black, with blood-red hair and a slightly pale face, said, although he looked very young, he was a devil Dao venerable who had lived for countless years. "Yes, this isn't a good place." The fat, great demon venerable said with a nod. The burning demon desolate domain was filled with unknown dangers. Even a great demon venerable would not be safe here. Since ancient times, countless great demon venerables had fallen in the burning demon desolate domain. If the demon eye was still there, they would definitely not dare to enter the burning demon desolate domain. Only after the demon eye was freed and left the burning demon desolate domain did they dare to enter the burning demon desolate domain. If the demon eye was still there, no one would dare to enter the burning demon desolate domain because it meant death. No one would enter the burning demon desolate domain even if they knew that they would die. Rumble! Just when the 3 great demon venerables were about to leave, a muffled, thunder-like sound suddenly resounded. The entire void was shaking and cracks appeared in the void. A powerful force came out from the cracked void. What? The 3 great demon venerables were shocked to see the scene. Could it be that person? He actually wanted to break the void and come out from the chaos. What's going on? Could that guy be able to come out from the chaos? The fat, great demon venerable said in disbelief. Unless that person left his imprint in this part of the void, the tall and skinny, great demon venerable said. Then he directly released his demon sense. A powerful demon sense instantly shrouded the entire void. Very soon, a great Dao mark that was formed by the interweaving chaotic Dao patterns appeared in the nearby void, emitting a hazy chaotic light. This, seeing the chaotic, great Dao mark, the 3 great demon venerables were dumbfounded. They had made a fatal mistake, and it was a mistake of the lowest level. They shouldn't have made such a mistake. At this moment, it was already useless to try and erase the great Dao imprint in the void. "Run!" The fat, great demon venerable shouted and quickly turned around to escape. Although he was fat, he was faster than a rabbit when he ran. The other 2 great demon venerables didn't think too much and also turned around to escape because they were no match for the guy who was about to break the void. "Humph, you dare to scheme against me? Do you think you can escape?" Chapter 31:20. When Gu Fei entered the chaotic void, he left a mark of the great path in the outside world. As long as the mark of the great path still existed, he would be able to sense the world where the mark of the great path was. He could directly break the void and walk out of the endless chaotic turbulence. At this time, the fat and skinny demon leaders and the crimson-haired youth were scared out of their wits. They immediately turned around and fled. However, could they escape? Gu Fei smiled when he saw the 3 great demon sovereigns fleeing in panic. Then 3 streams of clear qi rushed out from the top of his head. The 3 streams of clear qi turned into 3 figures and directly chased after the 3 great demon sovereigns. This was the secret technique of one turning into 3 pure ones. The 3 incomparably powerful figures swept across the sky at high speed. A powerful aura spread out from the 3 figures, which shocked the demons nearby. Is that the great demon sovereign? Someone is actually chasing after the great demon sovereign. The devil race experts in the vicinity cried out in alarm. The 3 great demon sovereigns were actually being chased by someone. This scene was witnessed by many experts of the demons who entered the burning demon desolate domain to try their luck. All the experts of the demons were dumbfounded. Am I seeing things? The ones running are the fat and skinny great demon sovereigns. Some experts of the demons recognized the fat and skinny great demon sovereigns. The fat and skinny great demon sovereigns were well-known figures among the great demon sovereigns. Now, they were actually fleeing in panic. This made the eyes of those who knew the fat and skinny great demon sovereigns fall to the ground. Boom! The void trembled as a silhouette was sent flying. Devil blood dripped down from the sky as a powerful energy wave spread out in all directions. One of Gu Fei's incarnations finally caught up with the crimson-haired great demon sovereign. He directly used the sky covering palm and blasted the great demon sovereign away. It's just an incarnation, but it has such powerful combat strength. The crimson-haired great demon sovereign was extremely shocked. After he stabilized his body, he wanted to escape again. However, at this time, a powerful killing intent had already locked onto him. Run? Where can you run to? Said the figure that intercepted Bloodhair, great demon Venerable. This was an existence that looked exactly like Gu Fei. It was as if Gu Fei was here in person. The tyrannical aura emitted from his body caused Bloodhair, great demon Venerable's heart to palpitate. The I Chi turning 3 pure ones secret technique was heaven-defying. Although this incarnation of Gu Fei was not as good as his real body, it was not much worse. At least, it had 80% of Gu Fei's power. Preposterous! I refuse to believe that a mere clone can do anything to me. The sanguine-hair great demon Venerable stared at Gu Fei's incarnation and gritted his teeth. Then he directly attacked. His long blood-colored hair suddenly turned into countless blood-colored demonic lights that entangled Gu Fei's incarnation. Every single strand of the great demon Venerable's blood-colored hair was radiating with blood-colored demonic light. It was as if the power of 3,000 great Taos of the demonic Tao was erupting at the same time, capable of annihilating everything. Io, your hair is so long and you don't even want to cut it. Come. Let me cut it for you. Gu Fei's incarnation stretched out his right hand. Tao power surged and intertwined in his hand, instantly turning into a pair of primordial scissors. He held the primordial scissors and cut the incoming blood-colored demonic hair. You want to cut my hair? In your dreams. The sanguine-hair great demon Venerable sneered. The blood-colored demonic hair instantly curled in front of Gu Fei's incarnation. It was about to entangle Gu Fei's incarnation. Just as the blood-colored demonic hair was about to entangle Gu Fei's incarnation, the primordial scissors in the hands of Gu Fei's incarnation showed its power in time. 2 chaotic divine lights rushed out of his hands and cut off a section of the blood-colored demonic hair that was entangling him. What? The sanguine-hair great demon Venerable was shocked. It should be known that even a powerful great demon Venerable-level demonic weapon would not be able to hurt his blood-colored hair. However, The demonic weapon created by his opponent's Tao power was able to cut off his blood-colored hair. The sanguine hair, great demon, Venerable, found it hard to believe. Haha, let me help you cut off your hair. Gu Fei's incarnation laughed. The primordial scissors in his hands continuously cut off the blood-colored, demonic hair of the sanguine hair, great demon, Venerable. In an instant, the blood-colored hair in the void flew everywhere. Rays of blood-colored, demonic light scattered in all directions. Every ray of blood-colored light wrapped around a strand of blood-colored hair and pierced through the void. Roar! The sanguine hair, great demon, Venerable, roared madly and quickly dodged. However, Gu Fei's incarnation used the 8 desolation steps and followed him like a shadow. The primordial scissors in his hands cut off the blood-colored hair of the sanguine hair, great demon, Venerable. Why, my skills are not bad, right? Haha. Gu Fei's incarnation retracted his hands and retreated. Then he stood in the void and looked at the sanguine hair, great demon, Venerable, laughing out loud. The blood-colored hair of the sanguine hair, great demon, Venerable, had almost been cut off by the primordial scissors in the hands of Gu Fei's incarnation. His blood-colored hair was in an incomparably messy state. In some places, even his scalp had been cut off by the primordial scissors in the hands of Gu Fei's incarnation. Demonic blood seeped out from his head. Roar! The sanguine hair, great demon, Venerable, was almost driven mad. He roared into the sky, and a terrifying demonic might erupted from his body. Black spatial cracks appeared in the void. I'm going to kill you. The sanguine hair, great demon, Venerable, roared madly and charged at Gu Fei's incarnation. Clanging sounds rang out from the sanguine hair, great demon, Venerable's body. Blood-colored, demonic chains rushed out from the sanguine hair, great demon, Venerable's body, and coiled around Gu Fei's incarnation. Every single blood-colored demonic chain was formed from the great Tao laws of the demonic path. Haha, you're mad. Don't say that you're mad. Even if you're mad, it's useless. Gu Fei's incarnation laughed as he held the primordial scissors in his hands and cut at the blood-colored demonic chains. 2 beams of primordial divine light instantly intersected, and the blood-colored demonic chains were cut into 2. What? The sanguine hair, great demon, Venerable, was shocked. Even the demonic chains formed from the laws of the demonic path were cut by this guy. How was this possible? Swoosh! After the 2 beams of primordial divine light cut the blood-colored demonic chains, they instantly arrived before the sanguine hair, great demon, Venerable. The sanguine hair, great demon, Venerable wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The 2 extremely sharp beams of primordial divine light pierced through his body and dissipated in the void. Gu Fei's incarnation was extremely powerful and directly injured the sanguine hair, great demon, Venerable. The sanguine hair, great demon, Venerable's demonic body was actually cut into 2 by the primordial divine scissors. The lower half of the sanguine hair, great demon, Venerable's demonic body fell from the sky. However, the lower half of his body only fell a few dozen meters before it shot into the sky again, connecting with the upper half of his demonic body. There was a flash of demonic light, and the sanguine hair, great demon, Venerable's demonic body completely recovered. However, his aura had become much weaker. However, at this moment, Gu Fei's incarnation's right hand had already pressed against the sanguine hair, great demon, Venerable's head. A chaotic imprint directly rushed out from his palm and entered the sanguine hair, great demon, Venerable's soul. What did you do to me? The sanguine hair, great demon, Venerable, was shocked. He hurriedly attacked Gu Fei's incarnation, and endless blood-colored demonic qi rushed out from his body. Ha! Gu Fei's incarnation retreated while laughing. The next moment, the sanguine hair, great demon, Venerable knew what Gu Fei's incarnation had done to him, because he suddenly realized that he could not move. His body, and even his soul, did not seem to belong to him. He could not even control his soul and demonic body. This, the sanguine-hair great demon, Venerable, was really scared out of his wits. He knew that his life was in the hands of the other party. If the other party wanted to kill him, he only needed to think about it. All right, you only have two choices now. One is to live, and the other is to die. Gu-Fei's incarnation stopped smiling and said seriously, "You, the sanguine-hair great demon Venerable, was naturally not simple, since he could become a great demon Venerable. He knew from the words of Gu-Fei's incarnation that if he wanted to live, he would have to become this guy's slave. If he did not become Gu-Fei's slave, the only outcome would be death. The sanguine-hair great demon Venerable naturally did not want to die, but he did not want to become Gu-Fei's slave either. He struggled in his heart, but in the end he chose to live. A bad life was better than a good death. As long as he was alive, everything was possible. However, if he died, there would be nothing left. One of Gu-Fei's incarnations had successfully subdued the sanguine-hair great demon Venerable, but the other two incarnations that went to chase after the fat and skinny great demon Venerables still failed to take down the two great demons. In a valley in the distance, there was a mighty wave of energy that caused the entire region to tremble. The other two incarnations of Gu-Fei had already blocked the fat and skinny great demon Venerables in the valley. Both sides were in a tense confrontation, and they could make a move at any time. Daoist friend, leave us a way out now. We can meet again in the future. There's no need to be so ruthless between us. The fat, great demon Venerable stared at the figure opposite him and said, "The power of Gu-Fei's three pure ones was absolutely amazing. The three incarnations had a battle strength that was close to that of the real body. Even a great demon Venerable might not be a match for the three incarnations. Be my slave or die. It's your choice." One of Gu-Fei's incarnations looked at the fat man opposite him and said coldly, "What?" The fat and skinny great demon Venerables were incomparably shocked when they heard this. This guy actually wanted them to be his slave. "You want us to be your slaves? Dream on." The skinny great demon Venerable had a hideous expression on his face and said while gritting his teeth, "I don't dream." One of Gu-Fei's incarnations said indifferently, "Preposterous. Go and die." The fat, great demon Venerable roared and turned into a demonic light that soared into the sky. He pierced through one of Gu-Fei's incarnations at an extremely fast speed. The skinny great demon Venerable also made a move at the same time. A demonic net directly flew up and enveloped the skinny great demon Venerable. Chapter 30, 121. Gu-Fei's real body did make a move. He only used the three pure ones secret technique to create three extremely powerful clones to chase after the three great demon Venerables. Since these three guys dared to scheme against him, he naturally couldn't let them go. Meanwhile, the blood-hair great demon Venerable had already been subdued by one of his clones. The clone had planted a forbidden technique on the great demon Venerable's spirit. The blood-hair great demon Venerable's life could be decided with just a thought. At this moment, Gu-Fei's clone and the blood-hair great demon Venerable rushed towards the valley. At this moment, a powerful energy fluctuation erupted from the valley. Cracks appeared on the surrounding mountains, as if they could collapse at any time. The entire valley was shaking violently. At this moment, a magic net spread out from the valley and enveloped Gu-Fei's clone. This magic net was different from the others. It was actually refined by the blood-sucking demon vines. As long as the blood-sucking demon vines caught a living being, its essence, chi, and spirit would be devoured in an instant. Its soul would be dispersed, and it would turn into a dried corpse. The skinny great demon Venerable sneered. The magic net shrouded the entire sky and imprisoned a part of the world. It sealed all the escape routes of Gu-Fei's clone. However, Gu-Fei's clone was fearless because it was just a clone. It could be separated and combined, real and fake. It could gather and disperse at will. It was extremely mysterious. Gu Fei's clone disappeared silently. The magic net that descended from the sky didn't catch anything. The two figures disappeared in the void without a sound. At the next moment, the two figures suddenly appeared in front of the fat and skinny great demon venerables. What? The fat and skinny great demon venerables were shocked and quickly retreated. However, at this moment, Gu Fei's two clones had already made their moves. One of the clones directly used the heaven-covering hand. A huge chaotic hand directly slapped towards the fat, great demon Venerable. The other clone used the primal chaos fist. His fist radiated boundless primal chaos light. His entire fist was as resplendent as a primal chaos sundae. The void shattered under the chaos fist, and Gu Fei's fist instantly blasted in front of the great demon Venerable, who was as thin as a bamboo pole. Without any suspense, the two great demon venerables were sent flying. Too weak. All of you are too weak. One of Gu Fei's incarnations retracted his fist and shook his head. What? When the two great demon sovereigns heard this, they were shocked and angry. It should be known that they were great demon sovereigns, a group of existences that stood at the top of the chaos devil realm and looked down on the common people. They were usually high and mighty, but now they were being looked down upon like this. The fat and skinny demon sovereigns found this hard to accept, and they were about to go crazy. However, the other party's battle prowess was incomparably tyrannical. Moreover, it was only a clone. The fat and thin devil ancestors were the two fiends of the central region of the primal chaos devil world. No one believed that they were brothers, but they were indeed brothers. However, the appearance of these two great demon sovereigns was really extreme. Isn't that the Meng brothers? What's going on? Who dares to provoke the two fiends of the Meng family? In the distant sky, a powerful demonic shadow was faintly discernible. Someone recognized the fat and skinny devil ancestors. At this time, another clone of Gu Fei and Bloodhair, great demon Venerable, arrived nearby. They didn't go forward and only watched from afar. Bloodhair, great demon Venerable's name was Blood Devil. He was a leader of the demons that came from the Blood Devil Sea of the primal chaos devil world. Blood Devil's cultivation was naturally very powerful, but he was subdued by one of Gu Fei's clones. He had no choice but to become Gu Fei's slave. Blood Devil and the Meng brothers were good friends. Someone paid a great price to invite these three great demon venerables to scheme against Gu Fei. Unfortunately, they didn't expect that not only would they fail to scheme against Gu Fei, but they would also be chased by Gu Fei's clones. At this time, Blood Devil was cursing the 18 generations of ancestors of the guy who invited them. That guy was simply a scammer who specialized in scamming people he knew. If he met that guy again, he would definitely tear him to pieces. Blood Devil gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists. If it wasn't for that guy, he wouldn't have become Gu Fei's slave, unable to free himself from slavery. Rumble! At this time, muffled thunderous sounds came from the valley ahead. The ground cracked, and terrifying cracks appeared. The entire valley finally cracked, and primal chaos energy overflowed from the depths of the ground. The 4 experts began to fight in the valley. Gu Fei's 2 clones displayed their strongest strength and actually suppressed the fat and skinny demon venerables. The eldest of the Meng brothers was the skinny one. The eldest Meng brother had a magic net refined from the bloodthirsty demon vine. This magic net could change its size. When it was big, it could cover the entire sky. When it was small, it could be easily stored in one's sleeves. The fat one was the second brother. He opened his mouth and spat out a demonic blade. The demonic blade directly slashed towards one of Gu Fei's clones. The demonic blade emitted a powerful demonic aura. This demonic aura caused Gu Fei's clone to become serious. Clang! Gu Fei's clone evolved a divine sword and directly blocked the demonic blade. The sword light and the demonic blade collided, producing a sound of metal colliding and friction. Although it was a divine sword in the hands of Gu Fei's clone, the power it displayed was not inferior to a real, peerless Tao artifact. The power of the second brother's demonic blade couldn't be underestimated. The blade light that rushed out from the demonic blade directly cut through the sky. The battle prowess of the Meng brothers was much stronger than that of Blood Devil. They could actually fight against the two clones of Gu Fei. The entire valley finally turned into ashes. The sky cracked and the earth sank. The scene of destruction made everyone's heart palpitate. One must know that this was the burning demon, desolate domain. When the four of them fought, the mighty energy fluctuation actually destroyed an area of the burning demon, desolate domain. In the end, the Meng brothers' magic net was directly torn apart by Gu Fei's clone. Then, Gu Fei's clone pointed at the center of his eyebrows. Gu Fei's clone directly planted a forbidden technique on the Meng brothers' primordial spirit. The Meng brothers was subdued by Gu Fei's clone. Seeing this scene, the second brother of the Meng brothers was shocked and revealed a flaw. Gu Fei's clone took advantage of this opportunity and directly blasted away the demonic blade in his hand. Then, Gu Fei's clone pointed at the center of his eyebrows. Gu Fei's clone didn't kill them because he wanted to keep these great venerable demons as his servants. Without any suspense, the two Meng brothers and Blood Devil were not the opponents of Gu Fei's clone. They were subdued by Gu Fei's clone and became Gu Fei's servants. The news quickly spread and shocked all the major forces in the Chaos Demon realm. After the dust settled, Gu Fei's real body came from afar. The three clones immediately rushed towards Gu Fei, turned into three clear air, and entered the top of his head. Could it be the legendary Three Pure Ones technique? An elderly devilish being murmured to himself in a stunned manner upon seeing this. For those who had experienced that war, the Three Pure Ones were naturally no strangers to this ability. Greetings, Master. The three great venerable demons quickly saluted Gu Fei. Haha, very good. Gu Fei laughed. After subduing these three guys, the strength of Black Demon Mountain would increase greatly. Even if it faced the falling Moon Demon Palace, Black Demon Mountain would not be at a disadvantage. At this time, a flame descended from the sky. Gu Fei waved his hand, and the flame fell into his hand. It was an information transmission talisman. The next moment, his complexion became somewhat unsightly. They dared to plot against my people. Those guys are simply reckless. Gu Fei muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with incomparable sharpness. Upon seeing this, the three great demon venerables couldn't help but look at each other in shock. This guy was in the limelight. If someone plotted against his people, wouldn't that be courting death? Do you know Mo Mingtian? Gu Fei glanced at Blood Devil and the two Meng brothers, and then said, "What?" The two Meng brothers and Blood Devil were taken aback. It turned out that this guy was plotting against Gu Fei's men, and Mo Mingtian was not a nobody. He is the #1 demon in the eastern region. We naturally know him. Blood Devil said, "The #1 demon in the eastern region." Upon hearing this, Gu Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. This Mo Mingtian actually dared to call himself the #1 demon in the eastern region. It seemed that he had a great background. No wonder this guy dared to make a move against Black Demon Mountain Lord. I heard that Mo Mingtian obtained an ancient demon treasure and ran amok in the eastern region. He has almost unified the eastern region. The eldest of the Meng brothers, the skinny one, thought for a moment and said, who cares what bullshit ancient demon treasure it is? If he dares to touch my people, then he will have to pay the price." Gu Fei coldly said. After hearing Gu Fei's words, the Meng brothers and Blood Devil couldn't help but look at each other. At this time, they couldn't help but gloat. The #1 demon in the eastern region, or this guy, who was stronger? Of course, They didn't want Gu Fei to be defeated by the number one demon in the eastern region because their life and death were in the hands of Gu Fei. If Gu Fei fell, with just one thought, they would all be buried together with Gu Fei. Gu Fei then directly rushed towards the place where Black Demon Mountain Lord was trapped. The Meng brothers and Blood Devil quickly chased after him. At this time, in a rocky valley, tens of thousands of miles away from Gu Fei's group, demonic fire soared to the sky. The endless demonic fire actually enveloped the entire valley. In the midst of the demonic fire, one could vaguely see ancient demonic runes. This was the grand Tao demonic fire that could burn everything in the world to ashes. Even the most difficult metal to melt would be burned to ashes. Chapter 31:22. In the burning devil desolate domain, in a rocky valley not far from the devil cave where the devil eye had appeared, an ancient tablet was floating. The ancient tablet was emitting a hazy divine light, enveloping the group of people below it. At this time, the whole valley was enveloped by a terrifying demonic fire. This wasn't an ordinary demonic fire. It was a demonic fire of the great Tao that could burn everything in the world. Even a great demon, Venerable, would die if they were burned by this demonic fire of the great Tao. Their bodies and souls would be destroyed. Rumble, the whole valley was collapsing. The demonic fire was vast and mighty. The grass and stones were turned into dust. The earth was sinking. In the end, only a mass of demonic fire wrapped in a divine light was left burning. In the midst of the demonic fire of the great Tao, a demonic shadow was faintly discernible. It was Emo Mingtian, known as the number one demon in the Eastern Territory. Emo Mingtian was a supreme expert of the demonic path. He was almost invincible among the great demon venerables. The other great demon venerables didn't want to provoke the number one demon in the Eastern Territory. At this time, Gu Fei and the Blood Hair, great demon venerable, arrived nearby. However, they didn't make a move. The mysterious demon mountain lord could use the Three Boundaries Monument. If he couldn't defeat Emo Mingtian, then he would be too useless. Just like the demonic rock emperor, Gu Fei also gave the mysterious demon mountain lord 3 chances to use the Three Boundaries Monument. This time, the mysterious demon mountain lord only used the defensive power of the monument. Although the mysterious demon mountain lord wasn't in a hurry, the people behind him were different. Especially Luo Peng, he didn't want to be burned to death by the demonic fire. "Brother, when are you going to make a move?" Luo Peng said anxiously. The demonic fire outside was getting closer and closer. The divine light emitted by the Three Boundaries Monument was becoming smaller and smaller. This made the people behind the mysterious demon mountain lord unable to sit still. "Brother, you!" Phoenix Witch's beautiful face turned pale. She could feel the blazing aura that penetrated the divine light. It was a kind of aura that could ignite the demonic yuan in her body. The others were the same. They all felt the chaotic heat unbearable. It was as if their bodies were on fire. The great path, demonic fire outside, was too terrifying. Even with the power of the supreme Tao artifact blocking it, it could still threaten the group of demons inside. "I say, Mountain Chieftain, if you don't act now, we're going to be roasted alive," Devil Rock Emperor said. He actually had the ability to use the Three Boundary Monument. He still had 2 chances to use it. However, the Three Boundary Monument wasn't in his hands now. "Ha, Mystic Demon Mountain Chieftain, I think you should obediently hand over the Supreme Tao artifact in your hand. If you do that, I might leave your corpse intact." In the great path demonic fire outside, the faintly discernible demonic shadow was laughing wantonly. Even if mysterious demon mountain master had an extreme Tao tool in his hand, it was useless because he also had an extreme Tao tool. It was a skull, a black skull. The monstrous demonic fire of the great path rushed out from the black skull. The sky and the void were constantly being burned by the demonic fire. If you have the ability, then come in. If you don't, then shut up. Mysterious demon mountain master stared coldly at the demonic shadow in the demonic fire outside the divine light. A A cold, murderous aura emanated from his body. The surrounding void seemed to have become less scorching. "Very well, then I'll turn all of you into ashes." "Ha ha!" The demonic shadow in the demonic fire laughed wildly. Then the power that erupted from the black skull became even stronger. On the forehead of the skull, a flame-shaped demonic mark appeared. The power of the demonic fire instantly multiplied. Within the fire, demonic marks interweaved. The space that was enveloped by the divine light from the three-boundary monument was constantly being compressed. "Mountain Chieftain, why aren't you fighting back?" Devil Rock Emperor couldn't sit still. It was too sullen to be suppressed like this. If he was the one controlling the three-boundary monument, he would have already beaten Mo Mingtian up. "What's the rush?" Mysterious Demon Mountain Master said unhurriedly. He controlled the three-boundary monument. He was very clear about the power of this supreme Tao tool. It was definitely not a problem for him to protect himself. "Senior brother, if you don't make a move, we're going to be roasted to death." The Phoenix Sparrow Witch said. Right now they were just like prey in a steamer, being roasted. "Humph!" Mysterious Demon Mountain Master sneered. Then the three-boundary monument that was floating in front of him suddenly trembled. Ancient and powerful Tao marks emerged from the three-boundary monument. In the next moment, boom! The divine light of the three boundaries erupted. The three-boundary monument instantly connected with the three realms, drawing in the power of the three realms. In just an instant, the demonic fire outside was like snow under the scorching sun, dissipating under the divine light of the three realms. The three-boundary monument seemed to have turned into three worlds. In the void, illusory figures kept appearing. Those were the reflections of the three realms. It was incomparably shocking. This was the three-boundary monument. It could connect with the three realms and draw in the power of the three realms for its own use. Such power was extremely strong. Once it exploded, it would naturally be able to destroy everything. What? Mo Mingtian, who was in the demonic fire, was incomparably shocked. He had never thought that the ancient monument in mysterious Demon Mountain Master's hand could actually launch such a powerful attack. The power of the three realms surged. Mo Mingtian, who had just said that he would refine mysterious Demon Mountain Master to death, was now blown away along with the Black Skull. Mo Mingtian was so depressed that he almost went crazy. Although he was under the protection of the skull, he still suffered a great impact and kept coughing up blood. How is this possible? After Mo Mingtian stopped retreating, he raised his head and roared. His fire-like long hair fluttered wildly. A frenzied aura erupted from his body. Die! Mo Mingtian let out a furious roar. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the black skull. The demonic blood that sprayed onto the skull quickly disappeared and was absorbed by the black skull. In the next moment, an ancient aura that seemed to have come from the primordial era burst out from the skull. It was as if a primordial ancient demon that had been sleeping since the primordial era was awakening. At this time, sensing the demonic aura, even mysterious Demon Mountain Master couldn't help but change his expression. After that, the skull flew up and directly collided with the three-world monument. Extreme demonic might erupted, and the entire world seemed as though it was about to collapse. Boom! As the two supreme Tao treasures collided, the demonic power emanating from the skull was actually able to contend against the three-boundary steel. Even Gu Fei, who was watching this scene from afar, could not help but be moved. "Haha, the ones who will die are you." Chapter 31:23. Mo Mingtian was worthy of being the number one demon in the eastern region. His cultivation was extremely powerful. Among the great demon venerables, he was almost invincible. Moreover, Mo Mingtian also had a supreme demonic tool in his hand. Thus, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. No one was a match for him. But today he, the number one demon in the eastern region, was facing an unprecedented challenge. Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord had found an ancient tablet somewhere. The power displayed by this ancient tablet shocked Mo Mingtian. This kind of supreme doubt tool was very rare, but it appeared in his opponent's hand. Kill! Mo Mingtian roared and crazily urged the skull. The skull was frantically devouring his demonic essence. A terrifying demonic shadow emerged on the skull. Although it was just a shadow, the pressure it emitted was earth-shaking. Even the stars in the sky were shaking. It seemed as if they would fall from the sky at any time. Boom! Bang! A dull collision sound resounded. Every time it resounded, the whole world trembled. At this time, Mo Mingtian and Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord seemed to have become bystanders. Supreme Tao tools had spirituality and could automatically attack the enemy. The two great Supreme Tao tools fought, but soon the skull was suppressed by the three-boundary monument. 3 balls of divine light appeared above the three-boundary monument. In each ball of divine light, there were all things in the world evolving. The cycle of life, death, and reincarnation continued. 3 heaven-devouring forces surged out from the 3 worlds, wanting to suck the skull in. Swoosh! When the three-boundary monument showed its power, a demonic light rushed out from the skull. The demonic light instantly enveloped Mo Mingtian and carried him up into the sky, rushing towards the starry sky. Naturally, Black Demon Mountain Lord wouldn't let Mo Mingtian escape so easily. He directly drove the three-boundary monument to the sky and chased after Mo Mingtian. Naturally, Demonic Rock Emperor and the others did not dare to follow. After they escaped, they quickly retreated far away. No one could intervene in a battle of this level, not even Gu Fei. A bitter battle erupted. The starry sky trembled, and large stars exploded one after another like gorgeous fireworks, illuminating the entire dusky world. That terrifying skull actually rushed into Mo Mingtian's body. Now, Mo Mingtian seemed to have become a different person. It was as if an extreme demonic ancestor had descended. As soon as he stretched out his hand, more than a dozen stars were sucked into his hand and instantly refined into more than a dozen beads. Then he directly threw the beads at Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord. Buzz! The three boundaries monument floating above Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's head was vibrating. The power of the 3 realms was fusing and then exploding. The dozen or so stars that Mo Mingtian had refined into beads exploded and were obliterated by the power of the 3 realms unification. A mere ant dares to act so impudently in front of this demon ancestor? Hurry up and die. Mo Mingtian's voice became incomparably crazy. He stretched out his hand, and a huge hand emitting monstrous, demonic fire immediately appeared in the void, grabbing towards Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord. Swoosh! Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord controlled the 3 boundaries monument and directly disappeared in the void. The next moment, when he reappeared, he was already above Mo Mingtian's head. Humph! Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord directly stomped on Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord's head. However, Mo Mingtian stretched out his hand and instantly grabbed Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord's right leg. Then he spun Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord and fiercely smashed Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord towards a star. Boom! With a loud bang, Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord directly smashed through the star and flew 100,000 feet away. Even with the protection of the 3 boundaries monument, he was in an extremely sorry state. The number 1 demon in the eastern region is indeed capable. In the burning demon desolate domain, Gu Fei, who was looking up at the starry sky, muttered to himself. Mo Mingtian's skull was definitely left behind by an extreme demonic ancestor. Mo Mingtian fused with the demonic bone and displayed earth-shattering combat power that was enough to make any living creature tremble. Gu Fei retracted his gaze. At this moment, he no longer paid attention to the battle between Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord and Mo Mingtian. He knew that it would not be easy for the two of them to determine a winner. At this moment, from the place where the demonic eye escaped, an incomparably powerful fluctuation of power rushed out. It was not the aura of demonic path, but the aura of another great path. This was really hard for Gu Fei to imagine. In the distant past, there were actually other extreme experts who killed their way into the chaos demon world and even killed an extreme demonic ancestor. Thinking of this, Gu Fei could not help but be moved. At this moment, the three great demon sovereigns standing behind Gu Fei were also extremely shocked. At this moment, all the experts in the burning demon desolate domain were alarmed. At this moment, a divine light soared into the sky from the place where the demonic eye escaped. It was a bottomless devil's den. The devil's den was swallowing demonic chi, but the divine light that rushed out from the depths of the devil's den directly dispersed the heavy demonic chi. As expected, there are still treasures about to be born. Without hesitation, Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly arrived at the peak of a mountain near the devil's den. A huge divine light directly soared into the sky from the depths of the devil's den and disappeared into the endless depths of the sky. Then a powerful fluctuation of life spread out from the depths of the devil's den. This Gu Fei was shocked. Could it be that there's actually some sort of living being hiding in the depths of the devil's den? This was truly unbelievable to him. After all, the incineration devil desolate region had truly existed for too long. If there was still a living creature here, then this living creature would definitely be the most ancient one. At this moment, Gu Fei discovered that there were powerful demonic figures appearing in the surroundings of the devil's den. Many big shots of demonic path had come and were peeping from afar. Ever since the demonic eye broke free, although there were still all kinds of unknown dangers in the burning demon desolate domain, it was much safer compared to when the demonic eye was still around. One must know that the demonic eye was incomparably terrifying. As long as one was targeted by it, even if one had the ability to see through the heavens and earth, they would still die. To a certain extent, the reason why the burning demon desolate domain became a forbidden ground, where one could enter but not leave, was because of the existence of the demonic eye. Over the countless years, this demonic eye had devoured the essence, chi, and spirit of countless living creatures. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so powerful and terrifying. At this time, even if Gu Fei came here, he would have to be careful. He cultivated the martial path heavenly eye and could see that the entire space in front of him was filled with demonic runes. If he were to rush over recklessly, he would definitely trigger the formation here. Chapter 30:124. The place where the demon eye of annihilation was born was a bottomless devil's den. Around the devil's den, there were skeletons everywhere. These skeletons only had one color. They were all black devil bones. For countless years, countless devil path experts had barged into the burning devil desolate domain and never came out again. Near the devil's den, there were several bone mountains made of devil bones. Gu Fei stood on top of a red mountain peak near the devil's den. He carefully looked around. The whole devil's den was enveloped by an incomplete grand formation. Although it was an incomplete grand formation, it was still an extreme Tao grand formation. Someone once used a great divine ability to set up an extreme Tao grand formation to suppress the corpse of the extreme Tao demonic ancestor. However, countless years have passed. Perhaps even the supreme existence that set up the extreme Tao grand formation didn't expect that the devil eye of the extreme Tao demonic ancestor would become so powerful. The demon eye of annihilation shook the heaven and earth. All the super forces in the chaos devil world were in danger. However, at this time, many experts had their eyes on the place where the demon eye of annihilation was born. It was a terrifying devil's den that was enveloped by a broken formation. At this time, the life aura coming from the devil's den became stronger. Endless divine light rushed out from the devil's den. The devil chi in the entire area was dispersed. The divine light lingered, as if a divine domain was faintly discernible in the divine light. What kind of creature is this? Gu Fei was shocked. The creature in the devil's den was extraordinary. Before it was born, there were already all kinds of phenomena in the world. The divine light that soared into the sky emitted resplendent divine radiance, illuminating the entire dusky world. Sensing the mighty divinity aura in the devil cave, Gu Fei didn't feel anything. However, the Meng brothers and blood-hair great archdevil Venerable behind him felt uneasy. One must know that devils and gods were natural enemies. The power of divinity and demonic nature restrained each other. In the chaos devil world, there were many places where gods fell. The turmoil in the past affected the 10,000 worlds. Naturally, it also affected the chaos devil world. Rumble! At this time, the entire devil / den shook, and a powerful wave of divinity erupted from the depths of the devil / den. The surroundings of the devil / den began to crack, and divine runes could be seen on the ground and in the sky. These were the runes of the extreme Tao divine formation. This damaged formation was still operating, suppressing the devil / den. If it wasn't for the suppression of the broken array, the entire devil's den would have collapsed a long time ago. The power that spread out from the devil's den was enough to destroy half of the burning devil desolate domain. This formation had even sealed the demon eye of annihilation for countless years. The power of the top secret demonic eye was constantly increasing, and the final result was that the remnant formation could no longer suppress this demonic eye. This demonic eye broke the seal and was able to come out. The birth of the demon eye of annihilation was a devastating event for the entire chaos demonic world. That was because the corpse of the demon ancestor had undergone an unbelievable transformation, resulting in the birth of this demon eye. The demon eye had absorbed the remaining extreme devil essence in the corpse of the extreme Tao demonic ancestor. Otherwise, this demon eye would / be so powerful. Wherever this demon eye passed, the vitality of a region would be cut off, and all living creatures would die. Their essence, chi, and spirit would be devoured by the demon eye, becoming its nourishment. What exactly is that creature? Is it an expert of the celestial race? The eldest of the Meng brothers stared nervously at the constantly shaking devil / den in front of them. It was hard to imagine that the place where the demon eye of annihilation was born actually had a celestial race creature. The appearance of a celestial race creature in the chaos devil world was a very serious matter, because the celestial race and the demons were sworn enemies. Once the experts of these two races met, they would definitely fight to the death. That was why the Meng brothers were so nervous. Once the celestial race creature rushed out of the devil / den, that creature would definitely attack them. Could it be that the legend is true? There really was a supreme expert of the celestial race that perished together with the extreme Tao demonic ancestor? Blood Devil suddenly said this. There were definitely many legends about the burning demon desolate domain in the chaos devil realm. Some ancient experts of the demons once said that there was more than one supreme demon ancestor that perished in the burning demon desolate domain. Of course, these were all legends. The era when the burning demon desolate domain appeared was too long ago. It was so long ago that no one in the current world knew what exactly happened. There is actually such a legend. When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't / help but be startled. Could it be that the supreme god ancestor that killed the supreme demon ancestor was still alive? If that was the case, it would be fun. Thinking of this, Gu Fei couldn't / help but smile. At this time, the leaders of the demons who were peeping around the devil / den had already disappeared. Only Gu Fei and the others dared to stay near the devil / den. However, the mysterious demon mountain lord and Mo Mingtian were still fighting in the starry sky. The whole starry sky was shaking and big stars kept exploding. The aura of destruction was vast and mighty in the 10 directions star region. Many experts of the demons who were cultivating in the starry sky were alarmed, and they all fled in panic. No one dared to approach the two experts, who were fighting desperately. Mo Mingtian, you're just SOSO. How dare you call yourself the #1 demon in the East region? The mysterious demon mountain Lord said with a sneer. An ancient tablet was floating above his head. The ancient tablet emitted a power that enveloped him. The extremely strong power was at his command. This feeling of invincibility made him extremely excited. At this moment, he finally knew what it meant to be invincible in the world. Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord, you should know that it will not do you any good to anger me, Mo Mingtian said coldly. Mo Mingtian said coldly. He had fused with the Extreme Path Demon Bone, and it was as if he had turned into an Extreme Path Demon ancestor. He could destroy heaven and earth with just a wave of his hand. The two great experts were confronting each other. Monstrous demonic chi rushed out of Mo Mingtian /S body. The demonic chi was like a huge dragon that lingered around his body. The entire void where he stood was constantly collapsing and repairing itself in a cycle. Is that so? So what? The mysterious demon mountain Lord said with a sneer. He had the 3 boundaries monument to protect him. Even if Mo Mingtian fused with the extreme Dao demonic bone, he was not afraid at all. Die! Mo Mingtian roared. He stretched out his right hand and slapped it towards the mysterious demon mountain lord. Come! The mysterious demon mountain lord grinned and rushed forward. The power of the 3 boundaries monument was directly guided by him. Then it turned into a huge dragon and went to meet Mo Mingtian /his big hand. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The huge dragon, formed by the power of the 3 boundaries monument, collided with Mo Mingtian /his big hand. The 2 extreme Dao forces collided. The void was annihilated. Countless stars exploded. A large area of the star field became pitch black. There was no longer any starlight. Even if the void was repaired, this place was still a dead and silent starry sky. Rumble. The extreme Dao force exploded. Even the ground under the starry sky was affected. The extreme Dao force was mighty and mighty. The ground cracked and cracked. Countless living beings turned into clouds of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. This was the horror of the extreme Dao force. Even in the depths of the starry sky, the extreme Dao force could still kill countless living beings on the ground. What? Gu Fei, who was in the depths of the burning demon desolate domain, also sensed the power fluctuation coming from the depths of the starry sky. He could not help but frown. The mysterious demon mountain lord had been unable to take down Mo Mingtian for so long. The extreme Dao force of demonic path. Gu Fei sensed 2 extreme Dao forces. One was naturally the 3 boundaries monument. The other was the extreme Dao force of demonic path. Who will help the mysterious demon mountain lord? Gu Fei stretched out his right hand. A black saber immediately appeared in his hand. An extremely overbearing aura was emitted from the black saber. The Meng brothers and Blood Devil were shocked to the extreme when they saw the saber. The aura emitted from the saber made their souls tremble. I'll go take a look. Blood Devil said, Very well, I will let you control this saber. Then Gu Fei directly shot a divine light into Blood Devil /'s body. Then he handed the black saber to him and said, You have 3 chances to use this saber. Yes, master. Blood Devil was surprised and happy. This black saber was not an ordinary Dao tool. It was definitely an extreme Dao tool. It was the first time he had controlled the most powerful Dao tool in the world. Swoosh! Blood Devil soared into the sky and directly rushed towards the depths of the starry sky. At this time, a muffled sound came from the Devil Cave. It was like a thunderous war drum. It also sounded like a huge heart beating. Gu Fei was taken aback. This kind of fluctuation seemed to have appeared before. A muffled sound rang out, and the entire void shook along with this sound. Soon, the Meng brothers behind Gu Fei had traces of demonic blood oozing out of their mouths. The sound coming from the Devil Cave had a great impact on the Meng brothers. It was like a devilish sound that could destroy everything. Only Gu Fei was not affected. At this time, the Meng brothers realized how powerful Gu Fei was. Even if they joined forces, they were far from being a match for their master. Buzz! Just when the Meng brothers were about to reach their limit, a rumbling sound came from Gu Fei's body. An ancient cauldron emerged from his body and enveloped him and the Meng brothers. In the next moment, the Meng brothers felt their bodies loosen up. The horrifying sound wave directly disappeared. It was isolated outside. This, the Meng brothers were shocked. Their master actually had so many extreme Dao tools. How was this possible? This made the Meng brothers in disbelief. One must know that extreme Dao tools were not ordinary Dao tools. They were weapons refined by the most powerful existences in the world since ancient times. It can be said that extreme Dao tools were absolutely rare even in the Chaos Devil realm. They were in the hands of the super forces in the Chaos Devil realm. Chapter 31:25. Gu Fei used the extreme grade Dao tools one after another, which shocked the Meng brothers. They did not expect their master to have so many extreme grade Dao tools on him. It should be known that the extreme grade Dao tools were Dao tools refined by the supreme extreme grade supremes. They were also the most powerful Dao tools in the world. Ordinary cultivators were not qualified to see such Dao tools. Even the Meng brothers had never seen them before. They had only seen forbidden tools and the demon bones of the extreme grade demon ancestor. There was a big difference between the demon bones of the extreme grade demon ancestor and the extreme grade Dao tools. To some extent, the extreme grade demon bones were not as powerful as the extreme grade demon artifacts. Of course, it also depended on the part of the demon bone. If it was the skull, then it was another matter. In the depths of the sky, Missouri Mingtian, who was fighting with the mysterious demon mountain lord, fused with the skull left by the extreme grade demon ancestor, showing unimaginable power. Even though the mysterious demon mountain lord had the 3-boundary monument, he could only fight to a draw with the number 1 demon in the eastern region. However, another extreme grade aura soon erupted from the depths of the starry sky. It was an extremely violent extreme grade aura, and the domineering aura that erupted from it was even more domineering. The entire starry sky trembled, and large stars fell from the starry sky. This was definitely a great disaster for the untainted land of demons. Once those stars fell to the ground, it would probably destroy a region and countless living beings would die. What happened? When the powerful beings of the devil race on the ground saw this scene in the sky, they were all dumbfounded. This was definitely a sign that the world was going to be destroyed. Rumble! The huge stars fell from the sky and quickly approached the ground. At this time, all the experts of the demons felt extremely uneasy. Some forces of the demon path directly began to run for their lives. However, some Devil Dao forces directly used their trump cards to block the countless stars that were descending from the sky. The huge stars fell directly, and the entire void shook. Although the western region of the primal chaos demon realm was incomparably vast, at this moment, the huge stars that fell from the sky blocked the sunlight. It was as if the night had suddenly fallen. On the ground, huge light shields emerged one after another. Some light shields were even bigger than the falling stars. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering noise, the first star finally fell to the ground with an apocalyptic might. In just an instant, the entire mountain was reduced to ashes and dust soared into the sky. The ground was sinking, and in the next moment, fireballs rushed out in all directions and smashed into the ground. A huge mountain was hit by a fireball, and the top half of the mountain immediately exploded, sending countless rocks flying through the air. With the point of impact of the star as the center, A ring of dust rose tens of thousands of feet into the air before sweeping out in all directions. Everything in its path was destroyed. The mountains, forests, lakes, rivers, and mountains were completely erased from the ground by the ring of dust storm like they were made of paper. Just like that, countless living beings in the western region that had been struck by the meteor perished. Only a small number of powerful creatures managed to survive. The scene of the star crashing into the earth was too shocking. Fortunately, the star had fallen into an uninhabited area. Otherwise, even more creatures would have fallen. However, it wasn't just one star that fell from the sky. There were hundreds of stars falling from the sky, and every star was shrouded in flames like huge fireballs. This was the friction between the stars and the void, and then they started burning. The flames illuminated the earth, but the countless living beings on the ground couldn't be happy, because the fireballs in the sky were the fire of death that brought death. Outrageous! What are the mysterious Demon Mountain Lord and Mo Mingtian doing? They actually shot down so many stars in the sky. A black-robed, middle-aged man stood on top of a huge mountain in the boundless mountain range. He looked up and saw the hundreds of fireballs falling from the sky. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Then the black-robed man soared into the sky and rushed towards the falling stars. He waved his sleeve, and immediately more than 10 stars were sucked into his sleeve. The countless living beings below the black-robed man were spared because of his action, but he didn't have any intention of stopping the stars that were falling from the sky. Everyone only cared about the snow in front of their door and the frost on the roof of their house. The black-robed man only protected his clan, and he didn't care about the lives of others. Boom! Another loud sound came from the ground in the distance. A second star fell to the ground, and a dazzling flash tore through the void. The earth shook, and a terrifying destructive aura spread in all directions. With the place where the star fell as the center, the vast and mighty energy fluctuations destroyed everything. Countless more creatures fell, all of them obliterated. That area was also uninhabited, and no demonic cultivators blocked the star. The entire area was already dominated by two forces. The experts of the mysterious Demon Mountain and the Falling Moon Demonic Palace had no choice but to come out. Some important places even had incomparably huge light barriers that enveloped the area. At this time, the experts of the mysterious Demon Mountain rushed out from the burning demon desolate domain. Luo Pang and the Phoenix Sparrow, which directly crushed the teleportation formation in their hands. A ball of demonic light rushed out from their hands and instantly enveloped them. Swish! The demonic light flashed, and the two of them directly disappeared into the void. These two fellows! Seeing that, the demonic rock emperor couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. Luo Pang and the Phoenix Sparrow, which didn't even greet him before leaving. These two fellows clearly still didn't treat him as one of their own. Swish! The demonic rock emperor soared into the sky and turned into a demonic rock. He directly rushed towards the direction of the mysterious Demon Mountain. He knew that if the territory of the mysterious Demon Mountain was damaged, his master would be very unhappy. The demonic rock's speed was extremely fast, and he instantly went far away, disappearing into the void. At this time, an aura that made all living beings tremble spread from the depths of the starry sky. Blood Devil made his move, and he held a peerless, ominous blade. With just one blade, he immediately separated the mysterious Demon Mountain Lord and Mo Mingtian, who were in the middle of a great battle. Wherever the blade light passed, the void was annihilated, and the huge stars directly exploded. Blood Devil, it's you. Mo Mingtian couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Blood Devil. This Blood Devil wasn't a nobody, but an incomparably powerful, great demon, Venerable. Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord, Master is very disappointed in you. Why haven't you taken down Mo Mingtian after so long? Chapter 31:26. Rumble. In the sky above the western region of the Chaos Demon World, Hundreds of fireballs fell from the sky and directly fell on the land of the western region. A terrifying aura of destruction spread out, causing countless living beings in the western region to tremble, as if doomsday had come. At this time, there were only two superpowers in the western region. There were the Black Demon Mountain and the Falling Moon Demon Palace. Boom! With a loud noise, the earth shook. A fireball fell in an uninhabited area. The power of destruction that erupted directly destroyed the uninhabited area and replaced it with a huge, bottomless pit. The destructive dust storm that spread in all directions directly flattened the area within thousands of miles around the pit. Everything was erased from the ground by this power of destruction. Another area was destroyed. If a star fell from the starry sky in an uninhabited area, then no one would take action. However, if it fell in an important area, such as the ancestral land of the Black Demon Mountain or the ancestral land of the Falling Moon Demon Palace, then it would be different. Rumble! A fireball directly fell from the sky towards the Black Demon Mountain. The huge fireball was like a divine sun descending from the sky. Before it actually hit, a terrifying heat had already descended from the sky. What? Everyone on the Black Demon Mountain was shocked to the extreme. The experts of the Black Demon Mountain immediately activated the protective mountain formation. At this time, Luo Peng and the Phoenix Sparrow Demon Girl rushed back in time. A ball of demonic light rushed out from the peak of the Black Demon Mountain and then instantly spread out. Not only did it cover the entire Black Demon Mountain, but also more than half of the Black Demon Mountain range. Boom! With a loud noise, the fireball that fell from the sky hit the demonic light that covered the sky above the Black Demon Mountain. The powerful impact caused the entire demonic light to shake. Countless demonic patterns appeared on the demonic light shield. The demonic patterns intertwined and formed a mysterious and unpredictable demonic diagram, which actually blocked the falling star from the starry sky. Senior brother, what are you doing up there? Why haven't you taken down Mo Mingtian after so long? At the peak of the Black Demon Mountain, Luo Peng saw that the protective mountain formation could block the star, and then he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Mo Mingtian is known as the #1 demon in the eastern region. How could he be taken down so easily? Feng Ke Witch said. Although she looked relaxed on the surface, she was a little anxious in her heart. If the Black Devil Mountain Lord couldn't deal with Mo Mingtian, then the master would be very unhappy. If their master wasn't happy, they wouldn't have a good time. At this time, the stars falling from the sky all turned into fireballs, and these fireballs were rapidly approaching the ground. The demonic cultivators in the western regions could no longer sit still. There were constantly experts who took action, directly using their great magical powers to collect the fireballs falling from the sky. For a moment, there were incomparably powerful demonic forces erupting all over the western regions. Demon, Venerable level powerhouses could capture the stars and the moon, so it was not difficult for them to collect these falling stars. There were actually very few stars that actually fell to the ground, and they only fell in uninhabited areas, some places that were considered barren and unruly. Some stars even fell into the Forbidden Zone, but those that fell into the Forbidden Zone disappeared mysteriously. The Forbidden Zone was still mysterious. There were even a few stars that fell into the Burning Devil, Desolate Domain, but these stars didn't have any effect on the Burning Devil, Desolate Domain. And at this time, the strange sound coming from the Devil's den in the depths of the Burning Devil, Desolate Domain became more and more terrifying. That heartbeat sound was filled with terrifying destructive power. All the big shots of the demonic path in the vicinity of the Devil's den had already retreated. Even the great demon, Venerable level big shots couldn't bear that kind of sound. On the mountain peak near the Devil's den, Gu Fei and the others were still watching. The power of the mountain and river cauldron emitted from Gu Fei's body, enveloping him and the Meng brothers behind him. It was precisely because of this that they could stand close and observe the Devil's den. At this time, the divine power in the Devil's den was still increasing. The creature in the depths of the Devil's den was about to be born. In the endless divine light, there seemed to be a divine domain looming. It was a vague world, but Gu Fei knew that it definitely existed. Could it be that it was the legendary, ancestral God's domain? If there was a devil domain, there would naturally be a divine domain. Since there was a divine creature in the burning devil, desolate domain, it was naturally someone from the divine domain. In the past, the creatures in the chaos demon realm and the creatures in the legendary ancestral gods domain had a great war. The chaos demon realm wanted to conquer the ancestral gods domain. However, the result was very clear, because if the chaos demon realm conquered the ancestral gods domain, the chaos demon realm would not be like this now. The gods in the ancestral gods domain were not to be trifled with. What is that? At this time, a ball of dazzling divine light rushed out of the devil's den, and an extremely terrifying divine power spread out from the ball of divine light. What? It's really a heart. When Gu Fei saw the thing wrapped in the divine light, he was a little stunned, because it was really a real heart. This was the heart of a supreme god ancestor. As the heart beat, the whole world shook. This heart was too powerful, as if it could destroy this part of the world. Mountain and river cauldron? At this time, the ball of divine light wrapped around the god ancestor's heart, and a vague figure appeared. It was the figure of a middle-aged man. Although it was only a silhouette, Gu Fei could still sense the arrogant aura coming from the silhouette. The supreme god ancestor was really powerful. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked. It was just a shadow, but it made him feel great pressure. If a real supreme god ancestor came to this world, this part of the world would not be able to contain the body of the supreme god ancestor, and it would be crushed by the power of the supreme god. The figure appeared for a very short time and soon disappeared in the void. However, the ancestral god's heart soared into the sky and instantly disappeared in the void. The powerful heart disappeared, and at this time, Gu Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Behind him, the Meng brothers were even worse off. Even under the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, they still suffered a great impact, and blood flowed out of their mouths and noses. The divine power disappeared, and the hazy divine realm that appeared around the devil's den also disappeared in the void with the departure of the ancestral god's heart. Then the extreme incomplete formation that covered the whole devil's den began to collapse, and the whole devil's den was collapsing. Soon dust rose into the sky, and in the rumbling sound, the whole devil's den collapsed. Chapter 30:1-27. There was a huge change in the burning devil, desolate domain. A heart full of vitality rushed out from the depths of the devil cave and went far away. Gu Fei didn't expect that the heart of the ancestral god was still full of vitality and contained boundless divine energy, even though the ancestral god had already fallen for countless years. That was the heart of an extreme Tao expert. Moreover, the ancestral god might not be completely dead yet. There was still a remnant of his soul attached to the heart. At the summit of the mountain, Gu Fei thought of the terrifying demon eye again. Perhaps the supreme demon ancestor that had fallen for countless years was not completely dead yet. At this moment, the might of the extreme Tao came from the depths of the starry sky. A terrifying aura came from the depths of the starry sky and directly descended on the earth. Countless living beings on the western domain of the chaotic demon realm were terrified to the extreme. Even the great demon, Venerables, felt their souls trembling. What's going on? Two of us can't even deal with the number one demon in the eastern domain? Gu Fei, who was standing on the summit of the mountain, raised his head and looked at the starry sky. His gaze seemed to penetrate the void of heaven and earth, directly into the depths of the starry sky, and saw the great battle. Master, that blood devil is too useless. If you let us attack, we might have already beheaded Mo Mingtian. The eldest of the Meng brothers, the skinny one, said, "It should be known that the Meng brothers were the central domain's twin evils. They cultivated a joint killing technique. When the two of them joined forces, their battle prowess was naturally much stronger than that of Blood Devil. Gu Fei did not say anything. He did not obtain anything from this trip to the Burning Devil Desolate region. This made him very depressed. Isn't there a relic here? You guys go and look for it. Gu Fei thought for a moment and said, Relic. The Meng brothers couldn't help but look at each other. They were very puzzled. How could there be a relic here? This was the first time they heard of it. Yes, master. Although they were puzzled, the Meng brothers didn't dare to disobey Gu Fei's order. It should be known that their life and death were in Gu Fei's hands. The Meng brothers left. At this time, with the departure of the ancestral god's heart, the danger level of the Burning Devil Desolate domain was greatly reduced. This was because the remnant divinity in the Burning Devil Desolate domain had been absorbed by the ancestral god's heart. Although there were still hidden dangers in the Burning Devil Desolate domain, they weren't that scary anymore. Sigh, in the end, I still have to take action. What's the point of having you guys around? Gu Fei shook his head. Then he soared into the sky and disappeared into the void. At this moment, balls of fire descended from the sky in the western region, causing all the creatures in the western region to be terrified to the extreme. This was definitely a scene of destruction. From the land of the western regions, powerful fiend shadows constantly soared into the sky, taking away the falling stars. Soon, all the stars falling from the sky were collected. Not a single one of them landed on the area covered by the demonic light barrier. Of course, Gu Fei did not care about these things. The battle in the depths of the starry sky had reached its climax. The aura of the peerless, ominous blade was vast and mighty. The stars in the entire starry sky were trembling, as if they would fall from the starry sky at any time. Blood Devil made his move. The ominous blade in his hand emitted a blade light that cut through the void. It broke through the layers of demonic energy and slashed towards Mo Mingtian. Mystic Demon Mountain Lord also made his move. The three-boundary steel in his hand drew the power of the three realms. It was as if three great worlds had evolved around him. The power of the world was under his control. The three worlds evolved from the three great worlds attacked Mo Mingtian at the same time. Rumble! The void was annihilated by the three worlds. Nothing was left. The demonic energy that emerged from Mo Mingtian's body was directly obliterated by the power of the world. Haha, you want to kill me? You're still not enough. Mo Mingtian laughed crazily. Then his silhouette disappeared in the void. Preposterous. Mystic Demon Mountain Lord and Blood Devil were incomparably shocked. It wasn't that they couldn't defeat Mo Mingtian, but after Mo Mingtian fused with extreme demonic bone, he actually had this kind of demonic divine ability that could penetrate through the void. This divine ability was extremely mysterious. It could actually instantly disappear under the attacks of the three-boundary steel and the peerless, ominous blade. If Mo Mingtian didn't have this divine ability, he would have been killed by Mystic Demon Mountain Lord and Blood Devil countless times. How could he still be so arrogant? Boom! Mo Mingtian directly appeared behind Mystic Demon Mountain Lord. Then a skull directly rushed out of his body and rushed towards Mystic Demon Mountain Lord to devour him. That was the power of the extreme demonic path. It seemed like it could devour everything. However, it couldn't devour Mystic Demon Mountain Lord because Mystic Demon Mountain Lord was protected by the three-boundary steel. Buzz! The three-boundary steel, floating above Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's head, let out a trembling sound. The aura of the extreme demonic path was vast and mighty. The energy of the three realms surged, and it directly blasted the skull that was trying to devour it away. Damn it! Mo Mingtian was also very helpless. He did not know where these two fellows had obtained two extreme path Dao artifacts. It would not be easy for him to kill these two fellows. Swoosh! At this moment, an extremely domineering blade light directly slashed towards Mo Mingtian's head from afar. The extreme Dao saber chi was vast and mighty in all directions. The skull that rushed out of Mo Mingtian's body was immediately smashed by Blood Devil's blade. Seeing that the blade light was about to split Mo Mingtian in half, Mo Mingtian actually disappeared into the void in an instant. What? This wasn't the first time. This made Blood Devil both shocked and angry. The other party didn't fight him head-on at all. Instead, he was hiding, which made him very passive. Those who fled could escape to any place, but those who chased could only follow behind them. This made Blood Devil very depressed. Mo Mingtian, you're called the #1 demon in the eastern region. Do you dare to come out and fight me head-on? Blood Devil roared. He couldn't sense Mo Mingtian's existence at all. That guy relied on the extreme Dao demon bone to play hide-and-seek with them. Haha, Blood Devil, you'd better save it. When this demon dominated the demon world, who knows where you were? Your little provocation is useless against this demon. Mo Mingtian's voice resounded in the void. His voice was erratic. Even experts like Blood Devil and Mystic Demon Mountain Lord couldn't sense his exact location. What should we do? Mystic Demon Mountain Lord and Blood Devil looked at each other and felt very helpless. Although they had extreme Dao weapons, they couldn't kill Mo Mingtian after so long. Their master would definitely blame them. They were a little anxious. However, just as Mo Mingtian was laughing wildly, an ancient cauldron suddenly appeared above Mystic Demon Mountain Lord and the others. Buzz! A rumbling sound erupted from the ancient cauldron. A circle of transparent ripples immediately spread from the ancient cauldron. A powerful force suddenly suppressed the entire void. The entire starry sky seemed to freeze. A mighty force came from the ancient cauldron and sealed all directions. It was as if time was going to freeze. This Mystic Demon Mountain Lord and Blood Devil were extremely shocked. They looked up and saw a black-clothed young man standing on the ancient cauldron. This black-clothed young man was their master, Gufei. Master. Seeing Gufei's arrival, Mystic Demon Mountain Lord and Blood Devil were both surprised and happy. Their master had personally taken action. Mo Mingtian was definitely dead. At this moment, a figure fell out of the void and was imprisoned in the void. This guy was Mo Mingtian. You! Mo Mingtian looked at the black-clothed young man on the ancient cauldron in horror. He never thought that the other party could break his magical power and suppress him. The mountain river cauldron could suppress the mountains and rivers of the world. Naturally, it could also suppress Mo Mingtian. Swoosh! At this moment, Blood Devil slashed at the imprisoned Mo Mingtian. He was not suppressed by the power of the mountain river cauldron and could move freely. Stop! Gufei, who was standing on the ancient cauldron, hurriedly said. Blood Devil forcefully retracted his slash. He could not and did not dare to disobey Gufei's order. If Gufei wanted him to die, he could do it with just a thought. The two of you are too useless. The two of you can't even defeat Mo Mingtian. Get down and help the Meng brothers find the legendary relic to atone for your crimes. Gufei didn't wait for Mystic Demon Mountain Lord and Blood Devil to speak. He waved his hand, and the 3-boundary monument floating above Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's head immediately flew back to him. At the same time, Blood Devil's peerless saber also flew out of his hand. He retrieved the 2 supreme Dao soldiers and waved his hand again. Mystic Demon Mountain Lord and Blood Devil immediately flew out and disappeared in an instant. When Mo Mingtian saw this scene, he was shocked to the extreme. The powerful, mysterious Demon Mountain Lord and Blood Devil were as weak as 2 children in front of this black-clothed youth. With just a wave of his hand, the 2 fellows were sent flying. Okay, now it's your turn. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Gufei, who was standing on the mountain river cauldron, looked at Mo Mingtian, who was imprisoned in the void, and smiled. There was a demonic shadow struggling on Mo Mingtian's body. It wanted to break the surrounding power of suppression and rush out. However, the power of the mountain river cauldron was not something that the demonic shadow could break. The demonic shadow on Mo Mingtian's body was constantly changing. Sometimes it turned into a human shape, and sometimes it turned into a hideous skull. However, no matter how the demonic shadow struggled, the result was the same. It could not escape at all. If you don't want to talk, then I will send you on your way. Chapter 31:28. When Gu Fei made his move, Mo Mingtian naturally couldn't escape. The number one demon in the eastern region was directly sealed in the void by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. He couldn't even move a finger. Mo Mingtian was scared out of his wits. Even if he had fused with the extreme demon bone, he was still as weak as an ant in front of this black-clothed youth. You don't want to speak? Then I will send you on your way. Gu Fei stood on the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron emitted hazy primordial chaos energy. This kind of ancestral energy could crush the sky with just one strand. The mountain and river cauldron contained primordial chaos energy, which was why it could suppress the mountains and rivers of the world and become one of the most powerful Tao tools in history. Although Mo Mingtian's extreme demon bone was powerful, it could be used to deal with Black Demon Mountain Lord and Blood Devil. However, if he wanted to use it against Gu Fei, it would be like an ant trying to shake a tree. The extreme demon bone was completely suppressed by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. The skull wanted to rush out of Mo Mingtian's body and escape, but it was firmly suppressed by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Roar! A terrifying skull kept appearing on Mo Mingtian's body. It struggled and roared, but all of this was useless. It was impossible for him to escape. Don't! When he saw Gu Fei really take out the ominous blade that caused him to tremble with fear, he knew that Gu Fei wasn't joking. His life or death was in the hands of Gu Fei. What did you say? Gu Fei smiled faintly at Mo Mingtian, who was suppressed in the void. This guy's cultivation was not bad. He was stronger than mysterious demon mountain lord, Blood Devil, and the Ming brothers. Of course, if Mo Mingtian refused to surrender, then Yi Shiwen wouldn't be lenient. The number one demon in the eastern region was simply a joke in front of him. Don't kill me. This little demon is stronger than mysterious demon mountain lord and the others in terms of cultivation and combat power. Leaving this little demon alive is absolutely not a bad thing for Master. Mo Mingtian quickly said. It wasn't that he didn't have a backbone, but he knew that if he wanted to live, he had to beg for mercy. If he wanted to die faster, he had to anger this guy. Humph, at least you know what's good for you. Very well. From now on, you shall be my servant. As Gu Fei spoke, he extended his right hand and pointed at the center of Mo Mingtian's eyebrows. A rune immediately entered Mo Mingtian's soul. What this is? Mo Mingtian was shocked. He could feel that something was wrong with his soul. Someone had placed a restriction on it. Like this, he had no choice but to become this guy's slave. In the next moment, Mo Mingtian felt his body lighten. The irresistible power that was suppressing him disappeared. He let her go just like that. Mo Mingtian was pleasantly surprised, but in the next moment his expression greatly changed. A terror that originated from the depths of his soul uncontrollably emerged, making him feel as if he had fallen into an icy cavern. Although the suppressive force had disappeared, he realized that he still couldn't move a finger. It was as if his entire body wasn't his. How can this be? Mo Mingtian wanted to speak, but he realized that he couldn't even open his mouth. He wanted to release his demonic intent, but he couldn't control it. It couldn't leave his body. Mo Mingtian couldn't believe it. He was known as the number one demon in the eastern region. He had encountered all sorts of things, but he had never encountered something like this before. There's no need to panic. As long as you don't betray me, nothing will happen. Gu Fei said calmly. Yes, Master. Mo Mingtian's voice was trembling. At this moment, he could finally speak. I want to know how to leave the primal chaos demon realm. Tell me everything you know. Gu Fei stood on the mountain and river cauldron and looked down at Mo Mingtian calmly. Although his tone was calm, there was a flash of light in the depths of his eyes. An invisible pressure spread out from his body. Mo Mingtian naturally didn't dare to hide anything. It should be known that the other party had done something to his primordial spirit. Only God knew whether the other party could sense his thoughts or not. Mo Mingtian was worthy of being called the #1 demon in the eastern region. His knowledge was naturally broader than that of the mysterious demon mountain lord and the others. This was because Mo Mingtian had reached the Tao much earlier than them. It wasn't that there was no way to leave the primal chaos demon realm. There were some ancient lands in the primal chaos demon realm that had teleportation arrays. However, there weren't many of such ancient lands. There was no such ancient land in the western region. Although they were called ancient lands, they were actually ancient ruins that had been abandoned for countless years. These ancient lands were very dangerous. No one was willing to take the risk to enter such ancient lands. Mo Mingtian knew of an ancient land. It was a dangerous land in the eastern region. There were ancient ruins inside. It used to be the ancestral land of a great sect. However, for some unknown reason, such an ancestral land had turned into a desolate domain. Some ancient devils knew some secrets. One of them once said that the destruction of this super sect had something to do with another world. After this matter is settled, I naturally have to go to the eastern region. Gu Fei pondered. Hearing Gu Fei's words, Mo Mingtian didn't dare to say anything. At this time, the #1 demon in the eastern region was trembling in fear in front of Gu Fei. He no longer had the prestige of the #1 demon. Just as Gu Fei was pondering, a divine light suddenly rushed out from the western region. Then, a powerful divine aura spread out from the ground. This aura even spread into the depths of the starry sky. What happened? Could it be Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved? That was the eruption of the extreme divine power. Could it be that something happened to the ancestor god's heart that escaped? Very quickly, an extreme demonic might erupted and a terrifying aura spread into the depths of the starry sky. Let's go and take a look. Gu Fei directly stepped on the mountain and river cauldron and rushed out from the depths of the starry sky. He naturally brought Mo Mingtian with him. Very quickly, he descended from the sky. In the depths of an uninhabited region in the western region, two extreme divine powers exploded and collided. The aura of divinity and demonic nature spread in all directions. The pressure of the extreme divine power spread out and blood, mist appeared in the mountains. There were powerful creatures falling, their bodies and souls destroyed. They couldn't bear the pressure of the extreme divine power. Gu Fei had the protection of the mountain and river cauldron. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of the pressure of the extreme divine power. Mo Mingtian was also not afraid because he had fused with the skull. It was the skull of the extreme demonic ancestor. The extreme demonic power was vast and mighty, protecting Mo Mingtian. That is Chapter 30:129. During this period of time, the western region of the chaos demon world had definitely attracted the attention of all the experts in the demon world because there were too many things that happened in the western region. First, the Black Demon Mountain destroyed the demonic lake. The Black Demon Mountain rose up and became a super force that was on par with the Falling Moon Demon Palace. Then, the Burning Demon Desolate domain changed. The Demon Eye of Annihilation appeared and started a massacre, causing the entire demon world to be in a state of panic. Now, a heart of the ancestor god appeared in the Burning Demon Desolate domain. This heart of the ancestor god was a great threat to all the demon forces in the demon world. Because the demons and the god race were mortal enemies, most of the demons hoped that the Demon Eye of Annihilation could defeat the heart of the ancestor god. In the current era, the passage between the chaos demon world and the ancestor god realm had long been cut off. No one could connect this passage. Therefore, the heart of the ancestor god could not return to the ancestor God realm. Among the billions of living beings in the chaos demon world, there might be remnants of the ancestor God realm. Because of this, the appearance of the heart of the ancestor God made all the demons in the chaos demon world nervous. If the ancient war between gods and demons were to happen again, many living beings would die. The chaos demon world might enter the dark age. Rumble. Two waves of extreme divine power and demonic power kept clashing in the mountain ridges, causing the entire world to tremble. As the shock waves spread out, mountain ridges after mountain ridges were directly turned into ashes. In an instant, everything within a radius of 10,000 miles was erased. The mountains, rivers, and lakes disappeared from the earth. Even Gu Fei, who was high up in the sky, felt the impact. The stars in the starry sky trembled as if they would fall from the starry sky at any time. In the void, countless divine inscriptions interweaved and ancient divine diagrams appeared, forming a shocking killing formation that obliterated the demon eye of annihilation. The demon eye of annihilation naturally would not sit and wait for death. The demonic light emitted from the demon eye of annihilation destroyed everything and blocked the killing formation of the divine path. The two forces seemed to be equally matched and were in a stalemate. The might of the extreme Tao spread out, spreading throughout the entire western region. Even the experts of the demonic Tao in the central region sensed the commotion in the western region and were extremely quiet. The primal chaos devil world was huge. It was a perfect macro world, but such a macro world was nothing in front of an extreme powerhouse. They could easily cause damage to this macro world. One should know that the great desolation world of the human realm had already been destroyed. Only a great master of the extreme Tao could destroy a world. Therefore, the cultivators of the later generations guessed that the destruction of the great desolation world was most likely caused by a great battle between great masters. At this time, the countless living beings in the chaos devil world's western region were in a state of panic. The extreme divine might and the extreme devil might swept across the land of the western region, and the entire region could be destroyed. This was not a battle between true extreme Tao experts. It was just a confrontation between a heart of the ancestral god and a demon eye of annihilation. Even so, the area within a radius of 100,000 miles around them had been completely destroyed. Countless living beings had fallen and caused great destruction. High up in the sky, Gu Fei was extremely shocked when he saw the scene. At this time, a shadow rushed out of the heart of the ancestral god and directly rushed towards the demon eye of annihilation. At the same time, a demonic shadow appeared above the demon eye of annihilation and charged towards the divinity shadow. The two shadows began to fight fiercely. Seeing this, Gu Fei was shocked, but he stared at the two shadows who were fighting. He had to admit that he was really lucky to be able to see such a great battle. These two shadows were the remnant souls of divinity and demonic remnant souls that were attached to the heart of the ancestral god and the demon eye of annihilation. The battle between such existences was equivalent to the battle between the supreme god ancestor and the supreme demon ancestor. The extreme Tao runes emitted from the two shadows were what Gu Fei needed to comprehend. Gu Fei's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. If he took another step forward, he would be extreme Tao Supreme Master. This step was not so easy to take. It should be known that there were only a few people who could become extreme Tao Supreme Master since ancient times. Of course, Gu Fei was very confident. He had the heart of invincibility and firmly believed that he could also take that step. Since others could become an extreme Tao Supreme Master, so could he. Watching the battle of the extreme, Tao gave him a lot of inspiration. Mo Mingtian was also watching the battle seriously. His cultivation had also reached that step, but he had not been able to take that step successfully. This made him extremely depressed. The two shadows moved quickly in the void. There seemed to be a world looming around them. The battle that had happened in an extremely long time ago had reappeared in the current world in a different way. There were not many people who were lucky enough to see this battle. Not everyone could withstand the power of the extreme Tao. Of course, that was except for those demons who had the extreme Tao demonic weapon. The battle between the heart of Ancestor God and the demon eye of annihilation caused a huge commotion. Soon, there were powerful demonic shadows moving around in the nearby area. Some demons had arrived. These demons were obviously able to withstand the power of the extreme Tao. They also had the aura of the extreme Tao surrounding them. The battle continued. The divinity shadow was extremely powerful. He kept performing the killing skills of the divine path in an attempt to kill the demonic shadow. It was as if the extreme Tao God ancestor was attacking. Heaven and earth and the void were constantly being destroyed. However, the demonic shadow was also attacking. Endless demonic patterns were imprinted on the divinity shadow. The two supreme masters were enemies of life and death when they were alive. Even though they had fallen and only a remnant soul was left, they still wanted to determine the winner. Whether it was the god ancestor or the demon ancestor, their obsession was too strong. They fought when they were alive and fought after they died. If there was no winner, they would continue to fight. The earth-shattering battle shook the entire chaos demon realm. Powerful auras kept coming from afar. Many demons had arrived. However, wherever the two blurry figures passed, everything would be destroyed. Even the powerhouses of the demon race who were wielding their extreme demonic weapons were very apprehensive. The mighty power fluctuation above the two blurry figures shook the entire Western region. The two superpowers in the Western region had to use the protective formation. What's going on? On the peak of Black Demon Mountain, Luo Peng, who was presiding over the protective formation, said in shock. The aura of the extreme Tao was mighty, but it made him extremely frightened. Even with the protective formation as a barrier, he still felt that his soul was trembling. Chapter 30:130. A different kind of extreme Tao battle broke out. The vast and mighty divine might and demonic might caused millions and millions of living beings to tremble. They were terrified to the extreme. The two forces only collided slightly, but it directly destroyed the area within a radius of 100,000 miles. Countless creatures turned into dust in an instant, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Only the demons who were protected by the extreme Tao weapons could watch the battle from afar. But even so, the demons had to be careful and did not dare to be careless. After all, this was a battle of the extreme Tao. If they were affected, even if the demons had the extreme Tao weapons to protect themselves, they would still suffer a great impact. Rumble. At this time above the sky, two phantoms were fighting fiercely. One of the phantoms' divine aura soared into the sky, and rays of divine light rushed out from his body like divine rainbows. Every ray of divine light emitted the extreme Tao's divine power, like the extreme Tao divine sword piercing through the void, and strangled the demonic shadow. Rays of demonic light rushed out from the demonic shadow's glabella. There was a demonic eye opening there, and the annihilating demonic light swept in all directions, blocking all the killing divine light. The god ancestor and the devil ancestor, these two rivals, fought from life to death, and even their remnant souls were fighting. They really had to fight in life and death. The enmity between the two great extreme great experts was too great. No one knew what exactly happened between the two great extreme great experts that caused their obsession to not be extinguished. After countless years, they were still entangled together. Perhaps only when one side was completely defeated by the other and completely eliminated from this world would this hatred be over. At this time, Gu Fei was standing high in the sky, watching the battle between the two extreme Tao experts seriously. The extreme Tao rhyme was vast and mighty. Whether it was the divine Tao or the devil Tao, they were actually different routes to the same goal, and the principles were the same. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was difficult for him to feel anything. It was as if there was a hazy veil in front of him, and he could not see what was in front of him. This made Gu Fei extremely depressed. It was as if he was just one step away from becoming an extreme, grade supremacy. However, he just couldn't take that step no matter how hard he tried. It seems that it is really not easy to take that step, Gu Fei muttered to himself. At this time, Mo Mingtian was also staring at the two figures fighting in front of him. However, he didn't hear what Gu Fei was saying. Mo Mingtian's cultivation realm was actually similar to Gu Fei's. Just like Gu Fei, he found it hard to comprehend the extreme Dao runes. If that step was so easy to take, then there would be extreme grade powerhouses in this world. It was indeed as difficult as ascending the heavens for Gu Fei to take that step. Of course, this wasn't absolute. Everyone's luck and fortune were different. In the eyes of some great figures, Gu Fei was a person blessed with great luck. Perhaps he would be an exception. Boom! Bang! The phantom formed from the remnant soul of the ancestor god was incomparably powerful. The power of the extreme divine art shook the heavens and the earth. It actually shattered the void in this part of the world and struck the phantom into the shattered void. Roar! The devilish figure roared in rage as a terrifying devil might gushed forth. Another large portion of the void shattered as that devilish figure directly rushed out from the shattered void. Buzz! The demon light of annihilation shot out from the glabella of the devilish figure. The void was annihilated, and it actually pierced through the phantom of the ancestor god. The two supreme being phantoms were still locked in battle. It was difficult to determine the victor. This made Gu Fei a little speechless. It seemed like these two fellas really didn't know when to stop. The heart of the ancestor god and the demon eye of annihilation finally rushed up and fused with their respective phantoms. Then, they directly shattered the void and fought in the chaotic void. Seeing this scene, all the leaders of the demons were incomparably shocked. Some of the demons directly chased into the chaotic void. A battle of the extreme grade wasn't that easy to encounter. Some of the leaders of the demons didn't want to miss this battle and actually took the risk to chase into the chaotic void. The terrifying divine might and devil might of the extreme grade retreated like the tide. This made countless living beings in the western region heave a sigh of relief. Gu Fei didn't move because at this moment a demonic light flew over from afar and landed in his hand. It was a messenger devil talisman. Yes, I really found it. Gu Fei waved his right hand and the demonic light immediately dissipated in the void. Master, what did I find? Mo Mingtian also wanted to enter the chaotic void to watch the battle. However, since Gu Fei didn't move, he didn't dare to act on his own. One should know that his life and death were in the hands of Gu Fei. It's nothing. Just follow me, Gu Fei said and kept the mountain and river cauldron. He took a step forward and disappeared in the void. In the next moment, he had already traversed thousands of miles and arrived outside the burning devil desolate domain. He didn't stop and directly walked into the burning devil desolate domain. Mo Mingtian's speed wasn't slow either. However, compared to Gu Fei's 8 desolate steps, he was still a lot inferior. He could only barely catch up to Gu Fei. Why did you come to the burning devil desolate domain again? Although Mo Mingtian was very puzzled, he didn't dare to say anything. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei had already disappeared. He hurriedly chased after him. Gu Fei walked in the void. There was an illusion of an ancient cauldron on his body. He used the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. This burning devil, desolate domain still had unpredictable dangers. He didn't want to die here without knowing why. Swoosh! Just when he passed by a bloody hill, a crimson light suddenly rushed out from the hill and slashed towards him. It was a saber light that rushed out from a rusty, broken saber. When the saber light slashed the ancient cauldron on Gu Fei's body, it was directly repelled by the ancient cauldron's illusion. It couldn't hurt Gu Fei at all. Gu Fei stopped. He looked down and saw that there was actually a skeleton on the bloody hill. The skeleton was holding a broken saber in its hand. The pitch-black skeleton was still emitting a faint, demonic aura. It was very obvious that this skeleton was definitely an expert among the demons when it was alive. After this expert demons died, his murderous intent didn't disappear. Although the demonic saber in his hand was already broken, it could still emit extremely sharp saber light. If Gu Fei didn't have the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself, he would have been injured after being hit by the demonic blood saber light. Gu Fei didn't care about the skeleton on the hill and continued to rush into the depths of the burning devil desolate domain. Wherever he passed, even if he encountered any danger, it was just daunting but not dangerous. Mo Mingtian followed behind Gu Fei. Naturally, it was much safer. When he encountered a dangerous place, he would directly go around it. Rumble! Very soon, Gu Fei heard a muffled, thunder-like sound. Dust rose into the sky in front of him. Someone was breaking the ground with great power, trying to dig out something underground. When Gu Fei approached, a figure rushed out from the sky, full of dust. This person was Black Demon Mountain Lord. He came in front of Gu Fei and bowed, then said, "Master, please wait for a moment. Let me clean up the ruins below. The ruins are underground." Hearing this, Gu Fei was a little surprised. Yes, Black Demon Mountain Lord glanced at Mo Mingtian, who was catching up to Gu Fei, then said, "Needless to say, Mo Mingtian was definitely subdued by Master. Mo Mingtian was the #1 demon in the East region and had mastered the extreme demon bone. Such a person was naturally very useful to Master." "All right then." Gu Fei nodded and said, then stood in the void. Then Black Demon Mountain Lord turned around and rushed into the rolling dust. At this time, the demonic power in front of him was vast and mighty. The earth shook and the mountains shook, as if the whole earth was about to be turned upside down. This situation did not last long. The muffled thunder-like sound gradually disappeared. At this time, Gu Fei waved his big sleeves, and the dust in front of him was immediately blown away by a strong wind. The place covered by the dust turned out to be a big pit. This pit was very big. At a glance, it was probably as big as thousands of miles. In the big pit, there were broken walls everywhere, and among the rubble and bricks, there were half-exposed bones. This is, to Gu Fei's surprise, not all of the skeletons in the ruins were black. There were divine bones that were as translucent as jade. "Is this actually a battlefield of gods and demons?" Gu Fei said. "Battlefield of gods and demons." Mo Mingtian couldn't help but be surprised when he heard Gu Fei's words. One must know that the battlefield of gods and demons was not a good place. In this kind of ancient battlefield, terrible and ominous things were likely to happen. The immortal obsessions of gods and demons who died in battle might give birth to unknown things. At this time, several demonic figures rushed over from all directions. They were Black Demon Mountain Lord, the Meng Brothers, and Blood Devil. They had successfully cleared this ruin. In the middle of the ruins, there was a house that had not completely collapsed. To be precise, it was a temple. Why was it a temple? It was because the stone pillars on both sides of the door of the house that had not yet collapsed were carved with ancient totems. In the distant past, these ancient totems would only appear in sacred temples and then be worshipped by the god race. The totem creatures that could be worshipped by the god race were naturally extraordinary. It was the image of the ancestor of the god race, the innate gods. The innate gods were creatures born from the primal chaos. "Master, that temple seems strange. We don't dare to go in without permission," Black Demon Mountain Lord said to Gu Fei. "Well, you guys did a good job." Gu Fei nodded and said, "In this ruin, there was only a temple left in the center. No one could think of the secret of this temple." This was what Gu Fei needed to figure out. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei took a step and instantly appeared in front of the temple. Looking through the broken door of the temple, it was pitch black. Even Gu Fei couldn't see anything. Chapter 30:131. The ancient ruins were buried under the burning demon desolate domain. But the mysterious demon mountain lord and the others used their great divine ability to clear out the ruins. Within a radius of thousands of miles, there were broken fences and dilapidated walls everywhere. This was a ruin. It could even be said to be an ancient battlefield, because there were traces of swords, spears, swords, and halberds everywhere. Even the bones buried in the ruins had fragments of weapons embedded in them. There was no doubt that a fierce war had taken place here. However, in the depths of this ancient ruins, there was actually a temple. This made Gu Fei and the others feel shocked and incredulous. The lonely temple standing in the ruins gave people a mysterious feeling. At this time, Gu Fei and the others arrived in front of the temple. They saw that the gate of the temple had long been broken, and the inside of the gate was pitch black. No one could see clearly what was inside. The open gate was like a bottomless black hole that could swallow any living creature that approached at any time. At this time, the mysterious demon mountain lord and the others who were searching in the ruins had returned. They didn't find anything useful. Everything here had been worn away by the passage of time. Mo Mingtian found a broken ancient formation platform, but the runes inside the ancient formation platform had already dissipated and couldn't be repaired. Gu Fei's hope was placed on this mysterious temple. He hoped that he could find something in this temple. Otherwise, he would have to go to the Eastern Domain. Who wants to go in and see? Gu Fei glanced at the 5 great demon venerables behind him and said. Then the eyes of the mysterious demon mountain lord, the Meng brothers, and blood devil fell on Mo Mingtian. This guy was new and hadn't done anything yet. Therefore, the mysterious demon mountain lord and the others all pointed at Mo Mingtian. Haha, Gu Fei saw such a dramatic scene and couldn't help but laugh. You 4 bastards! Mo Mingtian, on the other hand, was displeased. These 4 fellows were clearly trying to scam him. Even though he was angry, he did not dare to show it. He even had to put on a smile. This was simply too humiliating. One should know that he was the number 1 demon in the eastern region. At this moment, Mo Mingtian even wanted to die. The feeling of completely losing his freedom was not a good one. Since it's what everyone wants, Mo Mingtian, you can go. Gu Fei looked at Mo Mingtian with a smile that was not a smile. Yes, master. Mo Mingtian could only brace himself and walk forward, but he was very careful. A skull shadow appeared on his body, and he fused with the skull of the extreme path demon ancestor. Mystic demon mountain lord and the others immediately felt their bodies tighten, as if a primordial demon mountain was pressing down on them. They couldn't even straighten their backs. This guy, mystic demon mountain lord, and the others naturally knew that Mo Mingtian was doing this on purpose. This is really outrageous. This guy has a skull left behind by the extreme path demon ancestor. It seems that it's better to not provoke this guy. Of course, mystic demon mountain lord and the others were not afraid of Mo Mingtian. No matter how strong Mo Mingtian was, he was just like them, a servant of Gu Fei. Mo Mingtian would not dare to attack them. At this moment, Mo Mingtian had already walked into the ancient temple in front of them. Seeing Mo Mingtian's figure disappear into the darkness of the temple, mystic demon mountain lord and the others were extremely nervous. Even Gu Fei clenched his fists. Boom! At the next moment, a dull sound came from the temple. Then Gu Fei flashed to the side, and a figure flew out of the temple. Gu Fei dodged it, and the figure flew past him. Gu Fei could be considered to have dodged this disaster, but Mystic Demon Mountain Lord and the others behind him were hit. Mystic Demon Mountain Lord and the others couldn't react at all. When Gu Fei flashed, the guy that flew out of the temple had already smashed in front of him. Mystic Demon Mountain Lord and the others couldn't dodge it, even if they wanted to. Therefore, Mystic Demon Mountain Lord and the other 3 unlucky guys were directly sent flying. Of course, the guy that was in the most difficult situation was naturally the guy that flew out of the temple. That person was Mo Mingtian, who had just walked into the temple. At this time, Mo Mingtian crawled up from the ground. When Gu Fei saw Mo Mingtian's appearance, he immediately laughed out loud. He saw that there was a footprint on Mo Mingtian's face. Even the lines on the sole of the foot were very clear. Mo Mingtian. When Mystic Demon Mountain Lord and the others saw Mo Mingtian's appearance, they couldn't help but laugh. But then they were incomparably shocked. Someone actually kicked Mo Mingtian out of the temple. Roar! Mo Mingtian was in an extremely difficult situation. He rushed towards the temple's wide-open door and roared. His eyes were filled with an ominous glint. In his blood-red pupils, there were demonic lines that caused people's hearts to palpitate. However, Mo Mingtian seemed to be very worried about the existence inside the temple. He was only being ruthless in the air and didn't dare to break into the temple again. What's the situation inside? Gu Fei said. An old guy. Mo Mingtian said. In fact, he also didn't see clearly. He only saw a vague figure, and then he was directly kicked in the face by the other party, sending him flying. Countless years had passed. After being buried in the ground for countless years, there were still living creatures inside the temple. This was too ridiculous. What kind of creature could live for so long? However, the footprint on Mo Mingtian's face was real. It couldn't be that Mo Mingtian was so ruthless that he kicked himself. Haha, what #1 demon in the Eastern Domain? It seems that he is only SOO. The eldest of the Meng brothers, the skinny one, said. Humph! Mo Mingtian fiercely looked at the eldest Meng brother. Demonic lines were intertwining in his eyes. 2 blood-red light blades rushed out of his eyes and slashed towards the eldest Meng brother. What? Do you want to fight? Come on, who's afraid of who? When the eldest Meng brother said that, his glabella suddenly split open. A demonic eye opened and a demonic light swept out. The 2 blood-red light blades were immediately blocked. The 2 forces collided together. The space between the eldest Meng brother and Mo Mingtian was annihilated. The eldest Meng brother's body shook violently. He couldn't help but take 5 or 6 steps back. A trace of demonic blood flowed down from the demonic eye on his glabella. On the other hand, Mo Mingtian was as motionless as a mountain. Comparing the two, the difference between the two was obvious. The eldest Meng brother was not Mo Mingtian's opponent. This was an ironclad fact. Of course, the Meng brothers practiced a combination killing technique. If the 2 brothers joined hands, they might be able to fight against Mo Mingtian. Humph! The second brother of the Meng brothers walked forward and stood next to his eldest brother. The aura between the 2 began to superimpose, and their momentum increased exponentially. Mo Mingtian's momentum also increased. A phantom of a skull emerged from his body, bearing its fangs and claws at the Meng brothers. A great battle was about to break out. Enough! Gu Fei spoke. He glanced at the Meng brothers and Mo Mingtian, then no longer paid attention to the 3. Yes, master. The demonic might on Mo Mingtian's body immediately disappeared. The peerless, great demon king instantly turned into a turtle grandson. In front of Gu Fei, he was in fear and trepidation. The Meng brothers were not much better. They were also in fear. At this time, Gu Fei had already walked towards the temple. He directly entered the temple and disappeared into the darkness inside. The temperature inside the temple was a bit low. It was like walking into an ice cave. This made Gu Fei surprised and happy. He could feel the fluctuation of divine power. Just when Gu Fei was surprised, a foot silently kicked towards his face. Swish! Gu Fei directly moved sideways and instantly dodged the kick. Huh! An exclamation sounded in the darkness. At this time, Gu Fei smiled. He was not Mo Mingtian. Wanting to kick him out? Dream on. In the darkness, a skinny hand silently grabbed towards Gu Fei. There was no trace of divine power coming from this hand. However, Gu Fei easily dodged it again. Interesting. The old voice sounded in the darkness again. Come out. Gu Fei said. A divine sense spread out from between his eyebrows. No matter where the guy was, he could feel his divine sense. However, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel shocked. After entering the temple, he couldn't feel the existence of any life. How was this possible? Could it be that someone could completely hide their aura? It seemed that only one of the 9 secrets of a mortal path, the anti-void secret technique, could do this. In the next moment, a magic lamp lit up in the temple, dispersing the darkness inside. Gu Fei looked around and saw that the temple was empty. However, there was a painting of mountains and rivers hanging on the wall facing the entrance of the temple. It was a painting of heaven, earth, mountains, and rivers. What's going on? Gu Fei couldn't believe it. Where was the guy who attacked him? A magic lamp was floating in the temple. It was as if there was an invisible hand holding the lamp. It was very strange. Little guy, come in and have a gathering. At this time, an old voice came from the painting of mountains and rivers hanging on the wall opposite Gu Fei. What? Gu Fei looked at the painting of mountains and rivers and was shocked to find that the things drawn on the painting seemed to be real. There seemed to be the evolution of a world inside it. A world created in the painting. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. This painting was incredible. It definitely had a great background. What? You don't dare to come in. The old voice sounded again. Haha, why not? Chapter 31-32. In the depths of an ancient battlefield in the burning devil desolate domain, Gu Fei walked into the divine temple. Then he discovered that the guy who kicked Mo Mingtian out of the divine temple was actually in a mountain-river diagram hanging on the wall. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He took a step forward and entered the mountain-river diagram. At this time in the divine temple, a bronze divine lamp was floating, emitting a dim divine light. The soybean-sized flame looked like it could be extinguished at any time. Mo Mingtian and the others outside saw that after Gu Fei entered the divine temple actually emitted light. This made them incomparably shocked. What's going on? What happened inside? Mo Mingtian and the others were bewildered. Without Gu Fei's summon, they did not dare to barge into the divine temple rashly. It should be known that provoking Gu Fei would definitely not be good for them. However, looking through the gate of the divine temple, they could not see anything. Mo Mingtian and the others could only wait outside the divine temple. They knew that since Gu Fei dared to enter, he naturally had something to rely on. He would not easily take the risk. However, the divine temple was too quiet. There was no sound at all. Only a weak divine light flickered, and a divine aura seeped out from the divine temple. This ancient divine temple was definitely not something from the chaos devil world. It came from the outside world, and it was very likely that it came from the ancestral god realm back then. In the distant past, the chaos devil world and the ancestral god realm could still interact with each other. The living beings of the 2 great worlds fought against each other endlessly. This ancient relic was the best proof of that. This ancient divine temple was definitely not simple. Perhaps it was the ancestral temple of a great clan in the ancestral god realm, because back then there were many great clans in the ancestral god realm that attacked the chaos devil world. However, after that great battle, the passage between the chaos devil world and the ancestral god realm collapsed. The extreme path devil ancestor of the chaos devil world sealed that ancient battlefield. It was precisely after that great battle that the burning devil desolate domain appeared in the western region of the chaos devil world. It became a place that no living being dared to approach. There were extreme Tao ancestor gods and extreme Tao demon ancestors who had fallen here. Their blood essence was scattered all over this place, and the indestructible devil and divine Tao laws made this place a land of death filled with danger. But now, this place was no longer the terrifying forbidden area from before, and the power of divinity and demonic nature was already very weak. Even so, there was still something here that could destroy the great demon Venerable in an instant. When master of Black Demon Mountain and the others cleaned up this part of the ancient battlefield that was buried underground, they caused quite a big commotion and alarmed a lot of Devil Path powerhouses in the vicinity. However, the aura exuding from the bodies of Mount Lord and the others was too powerful. The nearby demons didn't dare to approach them and could only watch from afar. What are Mountain Lord, Mystic Demon, and the others doing? In the distant void, someone muttered to himself. In the western region of the Chaos Devil world, there were very few demons who didn't know about mysterious Devil Mountain Lord. Even the Meng brothers weren't strangers to these demons. Mo Mingtian was the #1 demon in the eastern region, and many demons in the western region had heard of his name. Why are there always some reckless flies surrounding us? Mo Mingtian looked around and said, "Why bother with them?" Mysterious Devil Mountain, Lord said indifferently. They were the high and mighty great demon venerables. Those demons who were watching from afar were as weak as ants in front of them. Master's aura disappeared. Blood Devil said, "It disappeared." Mo Mingtian nodded and said, his expression was incomparably dignified. His intuition told him that Gu Fei wouldn't die so easily. Moreover, if Gu Fei died, they would be out of luck. The Meng brothers were also very nervous, and they were all staring at the open door of the temple. There was only a dim divine light coming out of the temple, and it was extremely quiet inside. No one knew what was happening inside the temple. Mo Mingtian and the others were waiting in front of the temple. At this time, Gu Fei had entered a world. To be precise, it was a world inside a painting. Hanging on the wall facing the main entrance of the temple was a painting of mountains and rivers. There was another world inside. Gu Fei was standing in this part of the world, scanning the surroundings. This was a mountain ridge without any traces of people. It was lush and full of vitality. From time to time, the sounds of birds and beasts could be heard in the mountain ridge. It was like a big world, and there was also a divine sun in the sky shining on the earth. However, Gu Fei knew that this was not a real perfect world, but a world created by someone with great magic power and divine power. This world was very big, so big that even Gu Fei's divine sense couldn't detect the end of this world. Once Gu Fei's divine sense was released, it could instantly cover hundreds of thousands of miles. In other words, this world was very big, just like a real big world. "Little guy, you really have a lot of guts." The old voice that had appeared before was heard again. This time, Gu Fei finally sensed where the voice was coming from. Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the sky. He smiled, and in the next moment he disappeared into the void. In the next moment, he appeared in a place shrouded in clouds and mist. There was a divine mountain floating there. An old man was sitting on the peak of the sacred mountain. This old man was dressed in animal skin, and he was smiling at Gu Fei. "What are you smiling at?" Gu Fei looked at the old man on the peak of the mountain and said unhappily. It turned out that this fellow had been hiding here and playing tricks. No wonder he couldn't sense his existence in the temple. The old man's smile immediately froze when he heard this. "Little fellow, be more polite when you speak. You must know how to respect the old and cherish the young, understand?" The old man said with a straight face, "TCH." Gu Fei gave the old man the middle finger. In the world of cultivation, the strong are respected. I am stronger than you, so I am the boss. Who do you think you are? Gu Fei said disdainfully, "You are stronger than me? Huh." The old man sitting on the peak of the mountain suddenly laughed, as if he had heard the funniest thing in the world. The old man was very skinny, so skinny that he was just skin and bones. His eyes were deep and his forehead was high. All of his teeth had fallen out, and he only had a few strands of hair left. The old man already had one foot in the coffin, and it looked as if he would die at any moment. Given Gu Fei's level of cultivation, he was naturally able to tell that the old man was extremely weak. It seemed that the old man would not live for long, even if no one did anything. What's so funny about this? Gu Fei looked at the old man on the peak of the mountain and said, he was very confident in his own cultivation and combat strength. How could an extremely weak old man be a match for him? Little fellow, I am laughing at your stupidity. The old man looked at Gu Fei as if he was looking at an idiot. You are the stupid one. I would like to see what you are capable of. As Gu Fei said that, he directly slapped at the old man on the peak of the mountain. The power of chaos was vast, and a giant hand of chaos appeared in the void. The entire world was instantly enveloped by the giant hand. What? Heaven-covering hand. You are the successor of that crazy person? As soon as the old man saw Gu Fei display this martial arts technique, he was immediately taken aback, and then he stood up from the boulder he was sitting on. You can actually recognize the martial arts technique? Gu Fei was also shocked when he heard that. Could this old man be someone from the same generation as the martial ancestor? Otherwise, how could he recognize the martial arts technique created by the martial ancestor? The old man did not say anything. He directly raised his head and looked at the giant hand of chaos that was grabbing down from the sky. At the same time, a divine light rushed out from his brow. It was a divine light of destruction. Wherever the divine light passed, everything was annihilated, leaving nothing behind. Swoosh! The divine light of destruction that rushed out from the old man's brow instantly swept the giant hand of chaos that was descending from the sky. Half of the hand immediately disappeared into the void. How is this possible? Seeing this, Gu Fei was shocked. The old man was so weak that he was about to die, but he still displayed such powerful combat strength. After the divine light of destruction destroyed Gu Fei's giant hand of chaos, it did not disappear. Instead, it made a turn in the air and strangled Gu Fei. This, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. He directly used the 8 desolation steps and flew into the sky with extreme speed, evading the divine light of destruction that was strangling him. However, the divine light of destruction still chased after Gu Fei. The divine light was attached with the old man's murderous intent, and it would not dissipate until blood was shed. The old man seemed to want to teach Gu Fei a lesson. Stones from other mountains can be used to attack jade. Without thinking too much, Gu Fei immediately used the chaotic secret technique, one of the 9 secrets of a mortal path. The divine light of destruction was immediately reversed by him and strangled the old man. The old man could not help but be confused when he saw Gu Fei use this secret technique. This secret technique was clearly not a martial arts technique, but a different kind of power. Swoosh! The old man's brow emitted a dazzling divine light, and the divine light of destruction that was strangling him immediately flew back into the old man's brow. Young man, you really surprised me. The old man smiled happily. He then pounced at Gu Fei, and a ball of divine light spread from his body. The void that was enveloped by the divine light was distorting and changing shape. What? Gu Fei moved his feet and instantly dodged. However, no matter how fast he was, his left shoulder was still swept by the divine light that erupted from the old man's body. He only felt pain where the divine light swept past, and a piece of flesh on his left shoulder actually disappeared. This made him inexplicably shocked. If he had been enveloped by that divine light, wouldn't he have been directly obliterated? Chapter 31-33. After Gu Fei entered the landscape diagram, he finally found out who was playing tricks in the temple. It was an old man dressed in animal skin. He was so old that all his hair and teeth had fallen out. To be precise, it was an ancient god. This old man had been trapped in the landscape diagram for who knows how long. He was already extremely weak, like a skeleton in human skin. However, such a weak ancient god was able to injure Gu Fei with a single move. The divine light of destruction from the ancient god's body swept across Gu Fei's left shoulder. A piece of flesh was immediately cut off. Blood flowed, and even his bones were exposed. This! Gu Fei stood in the void, staring at the ancient god draped in beast skin in front of him. He couldn't help but feel shaken. This was the first time in decades that he had been injured by a deity powerhouse when fighting a deity. Kid, you're not simple. Come, let's have some fun. The ancient god grinned, revealing his neat white teeth. He then pounced at Gu Fei again. A ball of divine light radiated from his body. The divine light of destruction exploded. The void around the ancient god was annihilated silently. Ancient divine inscriptions appeared and intertwined in the divine light. Humph! This time around, Gu Fei did not dare to be careless. A ball of chaotic divine light surged from his body. Then he threw a punch at the ancient god who was charging towards him. Rumble! As soon as Gu Fei attacked, the entire void trembled under his fist. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void and spread out like black lightning. The chaotic force was vast, but the power of Gu Fei's punch shook the surroundings. However, when the powerful force collided with the ball of divine light that had erupted from the ancient god's body, it was instantly reduced by a large half. What? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. The ancient god's divine light of destruction was really powerful and terrifying. It could actually obliterate his chaotic force. He found it hard to believe. Ever since he cultivated the body of a quasi-supreme, he rarely encountered such a situation. At this time, the ancient god also threw a punch at Gu Fei. The divine light emitted from the skinny fist was much brighter than the divine sun in the sky. At this moment, Gu Fei felt his entire body heat up, as if his qi and blood were about to be ignited. The divine light actually penetrated his protective, chaotic divine light and shone on his body. Boom! The two fists collided in an instant, like two divine mountains colliding. The power that erupted from the two fists immediately tore and shattered the surrounding void. At this time, Gu Fei only felt a pain in his hand. His fist was actually melted by the divine light that erupted from the ancient god's fist. The ancient god's divine light of destruction corroded his arm. In just a short while, his arm disappeared again like ice and snow. Damn it! Gu Fei roared and instantly retreated. He used the 8 desolation steps and displayed his extreme speed. In an instant, he distanced himself from the ancient god. Little guy, you're not bad. Haha, do you want to be my disciple? The ancient god did not chase after him. He actually stood in the void and smiled at Gu Fei. What? Hearing the ancient god's words, Gu Fei could not help but be stunned. At this time, his cloud finger was like a sword. He waved his left hand and directly cut off his right arm. But in the next moment, his right arm grew back. Haha, you want to take me as your disciple? Did I hear wrongly? Gu Fei said with a laugh, with my identity, I am qualified to be your master. The ancient god did not think much of it and said very seriously, Do you think you are a supreme? Are you really a supreme? Gu Fei stared at the ancient god in shock and said, A heavenly eye emerged from between his eyebrows. When the heavenly eye opened, divine patterns of the great path intertwined and a beam of light directly spread out from the heavenly eye. What's going on? Gu Fei was shocked again because, even though he used the heavenly eye of martial arts, he still could not see through the ancient god. The beam of light from the heavenly eye flashed past, and he could not see anything at all. Why? Are you willing to be my disciple? The ancient god said, Be your head. So what if you are a supreme? I don't want to be your disciple. Gu Fei said coldly. It was impossible for him to change to Shinto. Could it be that this guy wanted to find a way to destroy his cultivation? Thinking of this, he immediately became vigilant. If you don't want to, then forget it. Then I won't be polite. The ancient god shook his head and said, Tisk, do you think you have teeth? Gu Fei said disdainfully, Even if the other party was a divine supreme, he was only a half-dead divine supreme. This ancient deity had once been grievously wounded. Although he was not dead yet, he had lost 95% of his cultivation base. What did you say? the ancient god said in confusion. He did not understand the meaning behind Gu Fei's words. You don't even know this? I am afraid that you will bite me, stupid. Gu Fei said, trying hard not to laugh. You, little guy, I will let you know the price of not respecting your elders. When the ancient god heard this, his nose became crooked. He roared and stretched out his right hand, directly grabbing at Gu Fei. His skinny fingers were very long and slender, as if he wanted to grasp the whole world in his hand. This time, there was no blinding divine light. There was only the power of the great path divine law exploding. This was a type of law power. The ancient god's seemingly casual grab actually displayed a law that made people's hearts palpitate. The power of the great path divine law instantly spread out from the skinny hand and enveloped the entire void. Naturally, it also enveloped Gu Fei on the opposite side. Heaven punishing sword. Without hesitation, Gu Fei immediately displayed the sword Dao killing technique, the 9 heaven punishing swords. A sword light rushed out from his body and slashed at the ancient god's hand. Clang! The heaven punishing sword light slashed at the ancient god's hand and made a metallic sound. The ancient god's hand actually blocked Gu Fei's heaven punishing sword light. What made Gu Fei even more shocked was that the ancient god's hand actually broke his heaven punishing sword light and directly grabbed at Gu Fei. How dare you! Gu Fei roared out furiously. In the next moment, he disappeared into the void. This was a secret technique, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal way. It allowed him to directly enter the void and move through it. However, the ancient god's hand only trembled slightly, and a figure fell out of the void. What? Gu Fei was filled with disbelief. After all, he had used the 9 secrets of the immortal way. How did this guy break through his secret technique so easily? Little fella, I'll let you know that your so-called supreme divine ability is nothing in front of a true supreme being. As the ancient god said that, he grabbed the shocked Gu Fei and closed his fingers. Immediately, the sound of bones breaking rang out from Gu Fei's body. Roar! Gu Fei roared furiously. Powerful chaotic energy erupted from his body. 9 runes of the great path of chaos vaguely appeared, radiating with the power of the great path of chaos. He wanted to push away the ancient god's hand. However, no matter how hard he struggled, there was only one result. The ancient god's hand tightened, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body. Even Gu Fei himself did not know how many bones in his body were still intact. Buzz! Just as the ancient god was feeling extremely pleased, a rumble came from Gu Fei's body. Then, the shadow of an ancient cauldron appeared from his body. The ancient cauldron actually pushed the ancient god's hand away. What? The ancient god could not help but be astonished. A supreme aura of the extreme path erupted from this kid's body. This shocked him inexplicably. An extreme path Dao artifact. The ancient god muttered to himself. His eyes lit up. An extreme path Dao artifact was the most powerful Dao artifact in the world. Even he was envious of it. At this time, Gu Fei rushed out from the ancient god's hand. Cauldron suppresses mountains and rivers. Without hesitation, Gu Fei used the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers to protect himself. As expected, the ancient god's hand was immediately pushed away. Then, an ancient cauldron appeared between heaven and earth. It directly suppressed the ancient god. Terrifying, chaotic, primordial energy erupted from the ancient cauldron. What? This is... The ancient god was inexplicably shocked. Even someone as powerful as him did not dare to be careless at this time. This was the chaotic, primordial energy. The entire void seemed to have frozen. He directly shattered the void and instantly escaped thousands of miles away. The appearance of the chaotic, primordial energy shocked him. It should be known that this was the ancestral qi of the world. Everything in the world evolved from this most primitive ancestral qi. Rumble! the heavens and earth shook. The ancient cauldron actually chased after the ancient god. Chaotic primordial energy descended from the ancient cauldron, suppressing in all directions. The ancient god was inexplicably shocked. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of divine fire towards the ancient cauldron. However, the ball of divine fire was directly destroyed by the chaotic primordial energy that rushed out from the ancient cauldron. It did not pose a threat to the ancient cauldron at all. "Ha! Weren't you very arrogant just now? You can't be arrogant anymore. You even wanted to take me as your disciple. Why are you running now?" Gu Fei stepped on the cauldron of mountains and rivers and charged towards the ancient god. Chaotic primordial energy surged from his body. It was as if an invincible chaotic war god had appeared between heaven and earth. "Kid, if not for my injuries, even if you use an extreme Path Dao artifact, I can still capture you." Chapter 30, 134. Within the world of the mountain and river diagram, Gu Fei fought against the ancient god. The ancient god was so strong that Gu Fei had no choice but to use the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei knew that the ancient god was probably a supreme ancestral god. Even though he was extremely weak, he could still defeat him. If not for the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, he would have been in big trouble. The fact that the ancient god could survive in the world of the mountain and river diagram was enough to show how strong and terrifying he was. Rumble, the void shook. Gu Fei stepped on the mountain and river cauldron and chased after the ancient god. The primordial chaos energy that erupted from the mountain and river cauldron shook the entire world of the mountain and river diagram. "Little guy, don't push me too far," the ancient god said as he fled. This was his territory. If he wanted to escape, even if Gu Fei used the power of the mountain and river cauldron, he would not be able to catch up. "Ha! Weren't you very strong just now? Now you know how strong I am." Gu Fei laughed heartily. "Little guy, don't be too proud. This is my territory after all." The ancient god gritted his teeth and said, "This guy was too despicable. Just because he had a supreme Dao weapon to protect himself, he was unscrupulous. This was his territory." Wang. Gu Fei did not say anything. He directly activated the mountain and river cauldron. A stream of primordial chaos energy rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron and turned into a huge dragon, pouncing towards the ancient god. "What?" The ancient god was shocked. He quickly turned around and punched. The divine light of destruction exploded on his fist. His fist was as dazzling as a divine Sunday boom. With a loud bang, the ancient god's fist smashed onto the head of the chaos primordial dragon, and the two powerful forces collided. The void between the two of them was annihilated. The ripples of power that spread out directly shattered the surrounding mountains into dust and dissipated in the void. Rumble! This wave of power descended from the sky, causing the entire ground to sink. Dust rose up from the cracked ground, as if doomsday had arrived. Without any suspense, the ancient god was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away by the huge dragon. Divine blood seeped out of his fist and dripped down. That was ancestral god blood. A single drop could kill a half-supreme being. A single drop could also turn into a boundless sea of blood. However, before the drop of ancestral god's blood could land on the ground, it turned into a blood mist in midair and soared into the sky before entering the ancient god's body. When one's cultivation reached the level of an ancient god, it was impossible for one's blood essence to be lost unless they suffered a special attack. Roar! The primordial chaos chi dragon was not destroyed by the ancient god's punch. It was only sent flying before it pounced on the ancient god again. Above the great dragon, chaos runes appeared and wove together, exuding a powerful primordial chaos energy. Preposterous! It's really a case of a tiger being bullied by a dog. The ancient god was extremely depressed. He turned around and fled again because he was already extremely weak and couldn't consume any more divine origin energy. Otherwise, he might really die here. In the ancient war, the ancient god suffered unimaginable damage and almost died. He could only hide in the mountain and river diagram, struggling at death's door. Countless years had passed, but the ancient god's wounded body still hadn't recovered. He could only live half dead and stubbornly held on until the present, until he met Gu Fei. If it wasn't for mysterious demon Mountalord and the others digging out the primordial ruins, the ancient god would have been buried underground, hiding in the mountain and river diagram. Although there were countless living beings in the mountain and river diagram, just like a real big world, the living beings here were very weak. There wasn't even an immortal god. As long as the ancient god was willing, he could kill all the living beings in this world. A ray of divine light swept past the endless mountains. Behind this figure was a huge dragon that chased after the ray of divine light. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, causing countless living beings in the mountains to be extremely terrified. Behind the great dragon, there was a figure standing on a big cauldron, chasing after it at a moderate pace. Although this world was big, it was not a real big world. It didn't take long for the ancient god to reach the end of this world. In front of him was the primordial chaos zone. There were earth, water, fire, wind, and the most primitive power of the world intertwining, exuding a terrifying power of destruction. Damn it! The ancient god was really desperate this time. If he rushed into the primordial chaos zone, even he would be lost in it, and it would be impossible for him to come out again. Haha, let's see where you can run to now. Gu Fei laughed loudly. He instantly chased after the ancient god. A great dragon circled around him, exuding a vast and mighty power of primordial chaos. This great dragon was like a real primordial beast. The battle strength it displayed was enough to compete with the ancient god. This was Gu Fei's biggest trump card. Little guy, aren't you afraid that I will fight to the death? The ancient god calmed down at this time. Although he was extremely weak, he still had the strength to fight. A supreme ancestor god fighting to the death was something that even a true supreme ancestor god would be afraid of. Let's fight to the death. Who's afraid of who? Gu Fei said proudly. Very well. I hope you won't regret it. The ancient god stared at Gu Fei, who was standing opposite him. Then, a surge of divine might immediately radiated from his body. The ancient god's skinny body actually became sturdy, and his body underwent a shocking change. His old body was rapidly becoming younger. Black hair grew on his head. Time seemed to be flowing in reverse. The ancient god was transforming towards his peak state. Gu Fei was shocked at this scene. What's wrong with this guy? Is he really going to recover to his peak state? If that's the case, it's my turn to run. Little guy, you forced me to do this. The ancient god stared at Gu Fei and said in a deep voice. The vast and mighty aura from his body became stronger and stronger. The entire heaven and earth shook as if it was going to collapse. Kill! Gu Fei roared furiously and activated the power of the cauldron of mountain and river. The huge dragon, circling around him, immediately charged towards the ancient god in front of him. However, a scene that shocked Gu Fei happened. The ancient god stretched out his right hand and grabbed the head of the great dragon. Then he exerted force, and with a bang, the dragon's head exploded. Then, the entire body of the dragon exploded. What? Gu Fei quickly retreated, distancing himself from the ancient god. How dare you? You caused me to waste my spiritual energy. I will suppress you for 10,000 years. The ancient god roared and took a step forward. At this time, his aura had risen to its peak state. He directly reached out and grabbed at Gu Fei. The extreme divine power was vast and mighty. Gu Fei only felt his body tighten. He was actually imprisoned by the mighty power of the ancient god's huge hand. However, in the next moment, the mountain and river cauldron beneath his feet let out a rumble, and a wave of primordial chaos power surged out from the mountain and river cauldron, blocking the ancient god's extreme divine power. Gu Fei immediately felt his body loosen up, and the powerful pressure disappeared in an instant. What a powerful extreme Tao weapon! The ancient god said in shock. At this time, the shadow of a huge cauldron emerged from the mountain and river cauldron and blocked the ancient god's huge hand. The two extreme Tao powers collided. The void was like a thin piece of paper, instantly tearing it apart. This time, the power of the mountain and river cauldron did not send the ancient god flying. At this time, the ancient god was extremely powerful. It was as if he had really recovered to his peak state. His black hair danced in the wind. He was tall and mighty. When his eyes opened and closed, rays of light shot out from the gaps of his eyes, piercing through the void. This was a middle-aged man. He was extremely powerful and displayed an invincible demeanor. Extreme Tao rhymes rushed out from his body. Endless divine light lit up the entire heaven and earth. In the void, divine light intertwined. It was as if the divine sound of the great Tao was ringing. Oh no! Gu Fei never expected that this guy would turn out like this after being forced into a corner. This guy definitely had some kind of secret technique that could allow him to recover to his peak state. This was an extreme Tao ancestor god. Even if Yi Futian had the mountain and river cauldron, it would not be enough. How could a real extreme Tao supreme be compared to an extreme Tao artifact? Although the supreme Tao weapon was powerful, it was only a Tao weapon refined by an extreme Tao supremacy. Since an extreme Tao supremacy could refine an extreme Tao weapon, it meant that he could destroy it. "Ha! Little fellow, surrender obediently," said the ancient god with a loud laugh. At this moment, the ancient god seemed to have truly transformed into a supreme being of the divine way. His divine power was vast and mighty, as if he could destroy the entire world with just a wave of his hand. "Humph, we'll talk after we fight." Gu Fei did not say anything else. At this time he could only fight. His fighting intent was like a rainbow, and the power of chaos on his body was vast. At the same time, a shadow rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron and entered his body. "Kid, you're really something. You actually dared to provoke an extreme Tao supreme. I really admire you from the bottom of my heart." An impatient voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. "Haha, you awakened just in time." Gu Fei laughed. The shadow that rushed into his body was the cauldron soul of the mountain and river cauldron. He did not expect the cauldron soul of the mountain and river cauldron to awaken at this time. In this way, he became more confident. An extreme Tao aura immediately spread out from Gu Fei's body. Although this extreme Tao aura was not particularly powerful, it was worthy of the name. When the ancient god saw this, his eyes immediately lit up. There were extreme Tao divine runes intertwining in his eyes. Soon, he could see through Gu Fei's body. Artifact Soul? Chapter 30-135. Borrow the power of your extreme Tao to fight with that guy. The voice of the cauldron's soul rang out in Gu Fei's mind. Then the voice fell silent. At this time, Gu Fei felt a powerful force erupting from his body. His martial body could not withstand this force. However, the Tao patterns formed by the primordial chaos power appeared in his body. They were imprinted on his martial body and sealed it. Roar! Gu Fei roared into the sky. The terrifying power of the extreme Tao erupted from his body. His hair danced wildly, and his flesh and bones trembled. Under his skin, there seemed to be worms wriggling. This was a sign that the extreme Tao essence Qi was circulating rapidly in his body. Interesting. The ancient god opposite Gu Fei sneered when he saw this. So what if Gu Fei attracted the power of the extreme Tao artifact? Was he still a match for him? He was not in a hurry to attack. He was curious to see how strong Gu Fei would become after he used the extreme Tao artifact. You shouldn't have given me a chance to breathe. Being too confident has turned into arrogance. Gu Fei suddenly grinned as he stared at the ancient god opposite him. Is that so? The ancient god smiled and did not say anything else. Boom! At this time, Gu Fei stepped on the mountain and river cauldron and attacked the ancient god. 9 primordial chaos dragons rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron and pounced at the ancient god. The terrifying power of the extreme Tao exploded from the dragons, and the void instantly collapsed. The ancient god laughed out loud and stretched out his hand. In an instant, his hand covered the entire void, trapping the 9 dragons within it. Rumble! The ancient god's hand collided with the 9 dragons. The 2 forces of the extreme Tao exploded. The extreme Tao divine pattern and the primordial chaos Tao pattern intertwined and destroyed each other. Gu Fei only felt a force colliding with him, and he was immediately sent flying backwards along with the cauldron. The ancient god didn't have it easy either. He was also sent flying by the power of the 9 dragons. The 9 dragons then dissipated in the void. What? The ancient god was indescribably shocked. This extreme Tao artifact was not simple. It could actually contend against him. Could it be the legendary extreme Tao artifact? I don't believe it. The primordial god was enraged. Countless extreme Tao divine laws rushed out of his body. Clanging sounds rang out as extreme Tao divine laws rushed out of his body and pierced towards Gu Fei. Heaven covering palm. Gu Fei roared in anger. He slammed his right hand forward, and the divine chain laws instantly pierced through his chaotic giant hand, and then directly penetrated his martial body. A blood-red light appeared, and the divine chains of law vibrated. Powerful extreme divine power erupted from the divine chains, wanting to shatter Gu Fei's physical body. Buzz! Gu Fei's eyes were like lightning. He waved his right hand, and extremely sharp sky, punishing sword light rushed out of his hand, instantly cutting the extreme Tao divine chains. Gu Fei's body shook, and the extreme Tao divine laws that were stuck in his body flew out and then shattered in the void. The extreme Tao divine power was mighty, and the wounds on Gu Fei's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon his body looked as if it had never been injured, and not even a scar was left. At this moment, a fist appeared in front of Gu Fei. Without a second thought, Gu Fei reached out with his right hand and instantly grabbed the fist. He was about to pull it back and throw the other party away when he saw the fist. This was a combat technique for close combat. However, Gu Fei could not use the next move because he only felt his hand sink. The opponent was like an immemorial divine mountain, and he could not move at all. At this moment, the opponent's fist shook, and Gu Fei's palm was shaken away. Then he opened his 5 fingers, and with a backhand, he grabbed Gu Fei's wrist. The ancient god's combat experience was extremely rich, but he could not move Gu Fei because Gu Fei's legs seemed to be grown on the mountain and river cauldron, and he could not move him at all. Roar! The 2 experts roared at the same time, and the extreme Tao divine power was mighty, wanting to pull the other over, but no one could move the other, and it was a stalemate. The 2 kinds of extreme Tao divine powers were constantly colliding and constantly obliterating each other, wanting to completely overwhelm the other. The extreme Tao divine patterns and the extreme chaos primordial Tao patterns were constantly vanishing in the void. Little guy, how about we call it a draw? Let's stop here. The ancient god said. He could not continue like this because his time was limited and he could not maintain this peak state. Once the time was over, he would be beaten back to his original state, and at that time he would be in big trouble. Haha, why are you afraid? If you are afraid, then beg for mercy. Gu Fei laughed and said, Rumble. The entire void in the mountain and river diagram was shaking, the sky was trembling, the earth was sinking, and terrifying spatial cracks were constantly appearing in the void. The entire heaven and earth in the mountain and river diagram seemed to be collapsing. Countless living beings in the heaven and earth of the mountain and river diagram were terrified to the extreme. This was the omen of the destruction of heaven and earth. Humph. I have never been afraid of anyone. I just don't want to destroy this extreme Tao artifact. The ancient god said coldly, "Mountain and river diagram." Hearing this, Gu Fei could not help but be stunned. He naturally knew what the ancient god was talking about. The void they were in now was the inner world of this extreme Tao artifact. At this moment, the ancient god actually began to attract the power of the mountain and river diagram, an endless power of the extreme Tao gathered from all directions and entered his body. Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. The power of the other party was constantly increasing, and the power of the entire void seemed to be gathering towards the other party. With the power of the mountain and river diagram on his body, the ancient god's aura was constantly increasing, and divine chains of laws rushed out from his body, entangling Gu Fei. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron under Gu Fei's feet vibrated, and then the ancient cauldron turned into a divine light, rushing into Gu Fei's body. The mountain and river cauldron fused with Gu Fei, and Gu Fei's aura was also increasing, and the shadow of an ancient cauldron appeared on his body, blocking the divine chains of laws. This entanglement is not good for either of us. The ancient god stared at Gu Fei and continued, "It's impossible to stop just like this. How about this? You give me the mountain and river diagram, and I will stop." Gu Fei said, "What?" Hearing this, the ancient god was both shocked and angry, and his eyes lit up like cold stars. There was a brilliant divine light rushing out from his eyes, and no one dared to look at him directly. "If you agree, then stop. If not, then continue," Gu Fei said, and his tone was very determined. Since he had already started, how could he stop so easily? No matter what, he had to get some benefits. "All right, let's do that." The ancient god was very straightforward, and after a short pause he agreed. "You should have done this long ago," Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Then the two of them started to stop and finally retreated at the same time. "The younger generation will surpass us in time." The ancient god looked at Gu Fei with a complicated expression. He did not expect Gu Fei to use this method to fight against him. This was a different kind of battle. It's not that the younger generation will surpass us in time. It's just that your time has passed. Gu Fei looked at the ancient god and said calmly, "It's my time." Hearing Gu Fei's words, the ancient god was in a daze, as if he was recalling the time when experts were everywhere and how awe-inspiring, domineering, and powerful he was. But now, thinking of his current situation, the light in the ancient god's eyes dimmed. His current situation was definitely tragic. If everything had not happened in the past, he would not have ended up like this. Perhaps he would still be living happily in the ancestral god realm. "Hey, stop daydreaming. The mountain-river diagram. Why aren't you handing it over to me?" Gu Fei said. His voice woke up the ancient god, who was still in a daze. "Mountain and river diagram? Oh, the mountain and river diagram." The ancient god came back to his senses and said, "Yes, the mountain and river diagram. Hurry up and give it to me." Gu Fei said, "This guy does not seem to be reliable. I can't give it to you now." The ancient god looked at Gu Fei and said, "What?" Hearing this, Gu Fei was immediately scared. This guy dares to trick me? A strong fighting spirit immediately erupted from his body. "It's not that I don't want to give it to you, but you should think about where we are now." The ancient god said helplessly. Gu Fei was stunned. They were still in the mountain and river diagram, and the ancient god could not give him the mountain and river diagram. At least, they had to get out of the mountain and river diagram first. At this moment, the aura of extreme Tao disappeared, and the entire world stabilized. "All right, let's go out," Gu Fei said. This mountain and river diagram was an extreme Tao tool. He was also very jealous and wanted to get his hands on it as soon as possible. "Go out? Those two lunatics are still outside. We'll die if we go out." The ancient god said with some lingering fear. If he did not have the mountain and river diagram, he would have died long ago. No one could save him. Back then, the two lunatics fought crazily. The ancient god did not know the final result because he was heavily injured and retreated into the mountain and river diagram. What two fellas? Could it be the two extreme Tao ancestral god and extreme Tao demonic ancestor? Gu Fei said in a low voice. It's those two lunatics. The ancient god nodded and said. He had sensed the aura of the two great supremes outside, so he had been hiding in the mountain and river diagram. Chapter 30:136. The ancient god hiding in the mountain and river diagram did not know that the two madmen had perished together, so he had not left the mountain and river diagram. The two have fallen. You don't need to worry anymore. You can go out now. Gu Fei said. What? The two madmen have fallen? The ancient god could not help but be shocked when he heard the news. The two madmen were peerless experts who stood at the peak of the chaos demonic world and the ancestral god realm. Even the ancient gods weren't a match for them. So how could these great perfection extreme grade supremes fall? One had to know that that was an undying existence. Gu Fei nodded. Ha ha! The ancient god laughed crazily. The two guys were actually dead. The most powerful existences in the chaos demonic world and the ancestral god realm were actually dead. This was definitely a good thing for the ancient god because he no longer had anything to fear. He could leave this place. Although the world in the mountain and river diagram was very big, it was like a prison for the ancient god. Hiding here and enduring endless loneliness almost drove him crazy. We can finally go out. The ancient god let out a long sigh and said, All right, let's go out. Gu Fei directly shattered the void and rushed out of the mountain and river diagram. The extreme power he borrowed was not taken back by the mountain and river cauldron. At this time, the mysterious demon mountain lord and the others who were waiting outside the temple were a little anxious because Gu Fei had entered the temple for a long time and there was still no sign of him coming out. Just as the mysterious demon mountain lord and the others were about to enter the temple to check, a powerful aura suddenly spread out from the temple. The light from the temple became even weaker, as if it could be extinguished at any time. The entire temple actually shook. On the ancient walls, ancient divine runes were faintly discernible. The mysterious demon mountain lord and the others who were about to enter the temple were shocked. The aura from the temple was so powerful that it made their souls tremble. What's going on? The faces of Black Demon Mountain Master and the others changed greatly. Their bodies trembled in fear, and it seemed as if they couldn't even stand steadily. However, in the next moment, the mighty aura emanating from the temple disappeared into the void. Mountain Master Mystic Demon and the others heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, a figure walked out of the temple. Master. When mysterious Demon Mountain Lord and the others saw the figure walking out of the temple, they were immediately overjoyed. That was because this person was their master, Gu Fei. After Gu Fei walked out of the temple, another person walked out. To be exact, it was an old man, a very weak old man. When Mystic Demon Mountain Lord and the others saw this old man, they couldn't help but be startled. Who was this guy? It actually followed its master out of the temple. No one would have thought that there would be living creatures in such an ancient temple. Furthermore, this temple had been buried underground for countless years. Now, such a creature had actually walked out of this temple. How could mysterious Demon Mountain Lord and the others not be shocked? How is this possible? Mo Mingtian was even more dumbfounded. He could sense a familiar aura from this old man. It was this old man who had kicked him out of the temple. Blood Devil and the Meng brothers were also dumbfounded. Who was this old man? Could it be that he was a super antique that had lived to this day? Let me get to know you. This guy is called... I say, what's your name? Gu Fei turned around and asked the ancient god behind him. At this time, he realized that he still didn't know this guy's name. Sankei. The ancient god was somewhat speechless. Yes, This guy is Tsang Quebec. I heard that he is an ancient god. But recently, there have been many people who claim to be ancient gods swindling people. I don't know whether this guy is an ancient god or not. Gu Fei shrugged and said, "What, ancient god?" Although Gu Fei said it in a relaxed manner, Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord and the others were shocked once again. This old guy was actually an ancient god? The way Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord and the others looked at Song Ke changed. They stared at the old man with vigilance and nervousness. One must know that the demons and the divine race were arch-enemies. It was hard to say whether this ancient god would attack them or not. They didn't dare to underestimate this seemingly weak old man. Don't be so nervous. I'm too lazy to deal with you little guys," ancient god Song Ke said with a smile. What? Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord and the others were speechless after hearing ancient god Song Ke's words. They were the great devil, Venerable level of the demons. How could they become little guys in front of this old man? All right, don't scare these juniors. Gu Fei glanced helplessly at the seemingly harmless ancient god Song Ke beside him. This guy seemed to be very playful. The moment he appeared, he scared the hell out of Black Demon Mountain Lord and the others. Hand over the mountain and river diagram. Gu Fei stretched out his hand towards Tsang. "Quebec, little guy, don't be impatient. Young people are too impatient and impetuous. You'll be at a disadvantage." Ancient god Song Ke turned around and talked about Gu Fei. At the same time, he waved his hand at the temple behind him. A scroll immediately flew out of the temple and landed in his hand. Just as the scroll flew out of the godly temple, there was a loud bang. The godly temple that had existed for who knew how many years immediately collapsed. Smoke and dust filled the air. The smoke and dust couldn't touch Gu Fei and the others because there was an invisible aura around them. The smoke and dust couldn't float in at all. Mountain and river diagram, I'll give it to you. Ancient god Song Ke was very straightforward. He directly handed the scroll to Gu Fei. Gu Fei naturally didn't stand on ceremony. He directly snatched the scroll and opened it. A powerful aura immediately spread out from the mountain and river diagram. In the next moment, Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord and the others screamed in shock. They flew out at the same time and rolled on the ground. Their faces were covered in dust, and they looked extremely embarrassed. This is Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord and the others climbed up from the ground and looked at the diagram in Gu Fei's hand in horror. This diagram was actually the legendary mountain and river diagram. Just the aura emitted from the diagram was enough to send them flying. This diagram was absolutely incredible. At least, no demonic tool refined by a great demon lord would have such a powerful force. Didn't this mountain and river diagram disappear for countless years? Why is it here? Mo Mingtian had been cultivating for a long time. Naturally, he knew many secrets of the world. The mountain and river diagram was an extreme Tao tool of the ancestral god realm. Once this mountain and river diagram was unfolded, it could absorb a large area of the world. Its power was incomparably powerful. The Meng brothers were also very nervous. The aura emitted from the mountain and river diagram in their master's hand was too powerful. It was not something they could withstand. Of course, this was just a wisp of aura emitted from the mountain and river diagram. If the mountain and river diagram were to recover, Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord and the others wouldn't be directly sent flying. Their body and soul would be directly destroyed. No one could predict the power of a supreme Tao tool. Even the most powerful quasi-supreme or great demon lord was just an ant in front of a supreme Tao tool. Ha, very good. Gu Fei laughed and put away the mountain and river diagram in his hand. The terrifying aura immediately disappeared. At this time, Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord and the others heaved a sigh of relief and slowly walked over from afar. The shock that the diagram gave them was too great. There is nothing I need here. Let's go to the eastern domain. Gu Fei said after putting away the mountain and river diagram. Wait, ancient God Song K suddenly felt something and said, I didn't expect that the power of those two guys still hasn't disappeared. Very good. Haha, the heavens are really helping me. Song K suddenly laughed after sensing for a while. You want to? Gu Fei suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but be startled. Could it be that this guy wants the demon eye and the ancestor god's heart? I had some scruples when they were alive, but now... The ancient god Song K smiled. Then, his figure suddenly disappeared into the void. Other than Gu Fei, no one else could see how he had left. Gu Fei shook his head and then waved his hand. A ball of divine light immediately wrapped around mysterious demon mountain lord and the others. Then he took a step forward and directly disappeared into the void along with mysterious demon mountain lord and the ancestor god's heart. In the next moment, Gu Fei brought mysterious demon mountain lord and the others to the depths of an uninhabited area. They landed on a mountain peak, and the opposite side was the place where the demon eye and the ancestor god's heart were fighting. The demon eye of annihilation emitted a terrifying demon light of annihilation that pierced through the ancestor god's heart. Everywhere the demon light of annihilation passed, the void was annihilated. A terrifying demonic aura spread out, and even the great demon, Venerable level demons would be afraid. The demon light emitted from the demon eye of annihilation could easily kill a great demon Venerable level existence, and even a powerful forbidden weapon could be destroyed. However, the ancestor god's heart was also extremely powerful. It was a beating heart, and every time it beat, it would emit a powerful fluctuation. The demon light of annihilation pierced through the ancestor god's heart, and a ball of dazzling divine light bloomed from the demon eye and the ancestor god's heart. At that moment, ancient god Song K directly rushed between the demon eye and the ancestor god's heart, and then used a great divine ability to devour the demon eye and the ancestor god's heart's power. However, the demon eye of annihilation immediately broke through the void and escaped, disappearing in an instant. It was the same for the ancestral god's heart. The ancestral god's heart shattered the void and escaped. Although ancient god Song K attacked with all his strength, he could not stop the demon eye of annihilation and the ancestor god's heart. The demon eye and the ancestor god's heart escaped. How dare you?